Hello, 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 hello. It's so nice to see everyone. I feel like it's been a thousand years since I last saw you. But it's good to see you, Planet. It's so nice to see everyone. Hello, hello, Gato Surfer. Welcome in, everyone. It's so nice to see you. So for today, I don't know how long this stream will be. It might be short. It might be 10 hours long. Who knows? I never know these days. I have such very little time, unfortunately. So, feel like I have to put the Wiggler in the middle because now that I have to do the short stream. There, is that better for the short stream? We'll see right now in a second. So, anyway, if you'd like to help me out in any way, you can always go to my throne. There I better get back to the chords. Thank you for the very warm welcome. So, you can always help me out by going to my throne, right? The link should be pinned or will show up on I think the Twitch stream, it depends. But regardless, so for today, let me know how the music is, because it's a little, I don't know, because I think last time, Planet, I think you noted that it was a little loud. But let me know. So, for today, we're going to be going over just a little bit of stuff so far. Mainly that the ceasefire that was just announced has already ended. I mean, essentially. It essentially has. I mean, and we, you know. I think, let's see here. Okay. Okay, here we go, I think. Okay, so as people can see here, the Strait of Hormuz is closed again. It's closed again. You've never seen nothing closed like it. It's never been closed like this before. The biggest closure. Because Israel cannot stop attacking Lebanon. So, there's that. And this was from Tasmin. So, yeah.
In CBS News senior foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb in Doha, Qatar. Imtiaz, how is Iran responding to the ceasefire agreement?
Mughal, I think it's not going great. We only have to look at those scenes in Beirut. So I think we have some of that video of that Israeli strike in which we understand around those 300 or so casualties. And it really just underscores just how tense this situation is. We heard Natalie talking about that 10-point plan. Part of that plan, from the Iranian perspective at least, is that all violence would halt, including in Lebanon, where Israel has been carrying out punishing strikes.
Is it showing this? It better show.
Continues to target the Iranian proxy Hezbollah. Again, we see this pretty harrowing video of this major strike inside of the heart of Beirut, a city of over 2 million people. And Iran has responded by saying that, listen, if Israel's going to continue to target Lebanon, which is not part of this agreement, we are not going to let ships pass through the Strait of Hormuz. For President Trump, that is crucial to any kind of agreement. And so for ships not to be moving through that very narrow waterway in which 20% of the world's energy passes.
Okay, I just gotta say, if, people sometimes have their friends that can be an issue. This is one of those times. You know what I mean? Yeah, Israel just does not stop. It's it doesn't include, right? Its own stuff going on in Lebanon as being germane to the, let me switch over the, where is the, let me just move the Wiggler over really quickly, because it looks weird for the, I have to worry about the standing upstream, the straight upstream. I don't know what you call it. So, yeah, it's bad historical news. It's true. It's true. I do also have some stuff that's kind of like, I love recursion. Do I mean the stream or the war? Nobody knows. Yeah, well, you know. Or it's both, right? Why not both? And President Trump casually making a statement. Yeah, no, that is the fact that I heard other people, right, saying, oh, this actually goes against, you know, this is a war, you know, saying this is a war crime. Like actually hearing Americans, right? Not people in The Hague, not people in Iran, not people, right? Like, because people will always say, oh, it's, you know, nobody cares, right, in America about that. But when you have people in America, many of whom are very conservative and are even, you know, used to be the chief of staff, right, under Biden, and were put in there by Trump and are saying, yeah, this dude's doing war crimes, you know, it kind of changes a little bit, you know, the perception that people have. Because, I mean, the United States does have its own, you know, laws that it upholds, right? And typically it tends to arbitrate, you know, it whatever happens on its, you know, to its own armed forces. But it was a bit strange to kind of hear, like, I wasn't expecting that. But then, hearing the language being so extreme, it was, you know, the imperialists couldn't, right, and that's the thing, is like, so much of the framing of this is, oh, Iran is doing this. Iran is doing this in response to what the United States and the State of Israel are doing, right? Like, Iran did not attack first on the 28th of February, right? Like, that did not happen. That did not happen. Liberals are realizing that well, you know how it is. Okay, so let's try to finish this here.
Passes through. I think this very fragile ceasefire has become that much more fragile. We understand around 2 ships have passed through, but Iran very clearly
literally couldn't get 2 ships to pass through before they had to finish it up. Like, 2 ships. Think about that. 2 ships. They had 2 ships go through before it all came crashing down. Like, that's just 2 ships. Not even, you know, like you would think, oh, as many ships as possible will try to get through. Nope, even. And the thing is, one thing people need to understand is the reason why a lot of ships won't go through fragile ceasefire while Israel decided shooting was more important. Exactly. That's the thing, is everything is about how, oh, it's a fragile ceasefire. What if Iran does something? Iran literally didn't do anything, right? Stopped everything the moment, and even opened up the Strait of Hormuz the moment that they were like, okay, as long as we have the assurances. Then now it's Trump. Oh, I don't remember saying that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire, when it literally states on their 10-point plan, in Iran's 10-point plan, including Hezbollah in Lebanon. Like, this, it's not even, it's literally black and white. Like, it's literally ink on paper, black and white. What do you mean? Iran totally about right? Oh my gosh, I remember when they said that, right? Like, oh, what if they did it against themselves though? And it's just like, bro, what are you trying to say? Like, deny attack, reverse victim, and offender. Oh yeah, Darvo, yeah. But it's just one of those things where it's always like, well, we have to see what Iran will do, and it's like, Iran literally only does stuff in, you know, as relates to what happens to it. It doesn't do it like Israel does. That's the reason why, and I mentioned this before, when it comes to the history of the State of Israel, like 1967 was not a preemptive strike. They like to say that, that the reason why they had to launch the quote-unquote preemptive strike, no, it's they started the June War in 1967, was because Egypt was massing their, supposedly, right, was massing their military along the border, right, on the Sinai. Which, by the way, like, countries have the right to move their military wherever they want within their boundaries. That's like the whole point of sovereignty. Like that's how that works. But also, the state of Israel had been massing its army on the border with Syria. Right? Like, it was on the border of Syria because it wanted to take over the Golan Heights. Right? And that's the reason why Egypt put its army put it closer to the state of Israel, is it was trying to deter Israel invading Syria. Framing it as, will Iran are here to X? Right, exactly. It's no surprise that Israel has found the right idiot for its purposes. They've been talking about attacking Iran for years. Oh, 1000%. Like, this has been a thing from the Likudniks and that particular strain of Zionism for ages, right? It's like they would rather have, but, I mean, this is another reason why, too, like, going back even into other points of history, like, this is why I think people also have to understand the relationship that Iran has with its neighbors, vis-a-vis, for example, the Iran-Iraq war, right? Like, there's a reason why there are these, you don't have the Kurds, right, Kurds, right, that they want to engage in, right, in insurgency against Iran and all this other stuff. Like, they try to, because we already had the United States, I mean, the president himself saying, yes, I gave him guns, the best guns, the most guns, like, because that makes sense, yeah. I love how the UN is absolutely useless. Threatening to, no, exactly. That is the thing, like, in terms of, like, this is something people love to argue about for some reason. Like, people like that, want to talk about genocide studies, or they want to talk about genocide and, kind of don't really know international humanitarian law, international criminal law, etc., is that they like to say whether something is or is not a genocide. The threshold that is usually seen as the deciding factor for many people, right, is, and legally, is intent. Well, you have the intent being broadcast to every television screen in America. Right? It's like the intent's there. That's enough. That's enough to convict someone for genocide. Right? With the intent to destroy in whole or in part. That in and of itself is genocide. Nobody has to perish for it to count as genocide. The whole point is, the whole point of the Genocide Convention, at least ostensibly speaking, I'm not gonna, is that we do not want people to ever be able to carry it out again, right? That's the whole idea, right? So the whole thing is, as soon as someone ever expresses intent in whatever way that might be, that people could be charged with genocide for that. Because people were saying they were going to do this during the lead up to the Holocaust, for example, also in the Armenian genocide, in a lot of other genocides. Right? This is why comparative genocide studies is so important. But here you have the President of the United States saying, admittedly, this is what we're going to do, right? Israel's always this, ooh, don't mass your troops near our troops, we're just a small bean. Yeah, small bean, but as soon as you listen to even, I mean, it doesn't even have to be like Hebrew content. It can be English. Just let them talk about the state of Israel, right? Just let them talk about the supposed benefits of the state of Israel. They will immediately undo the whole ooh small bean, right? Because they both want to be as powerful as possible, but also ooh small bean. It's like you can't be both, bro. Like you can't. The UN exists to maintain. Well, I mean the UN, yeah. Like this is the reason why I remember once in the Discord there was a discussion about how Nikita Khrushchev, right, for all of his faults, and this is not, I don't want to see people to think of it as a paean to him, but one of the things he did is by being so brash and by, actually bringing up the issues of colonialism, right, particularly when it came to the status of African decolonization, right, or ending the colonial rule in Africa, I should say. like, because he was willing to throw the weight of the Soviet Union behind these movements and bring them up. That's when you really had the UN doing a lot of its things, because, I mean, you have people from the UN that have perished. You have them an inability to do many things. But it's interesting that they had no problem, however, committing violence when it was to go against people in the Congo. Right? Like, after Belgium granted, quote unquote, right, the Congo, the DRC, its independence, afterwards, during the Congo crisis, the UN had no issue sending in armed troops then, right? So, it's incredible how people from Iran, especially those in the diaspora, are supporting the US invasion. They've been quiet ever since Trump posted that tweet. You know, hello, Ophelia, it's good to see you. And so that is one of those things too that sticks out, right? That, like, there's one YouTuber, I forget their handle or their channel name, but they literally said, like, Israel is saving the world right now or something, and I'm just like, you know, and they're Iranian, and particularly, hello Akshat, it's good to see you. They are very anti-Muslim, right? Very anti-Islam. They're like one of those, like, very, like, new atheist types, but this is to a very severe degree when it comes to, particularly, I'm guessing, the religion that he grew up in. I don't know, but I believe that's what the one video I've really seen of them, and not even the whole video, I have to admit, it was getting kind of boring. But I mean, there's only so much how much praise of a country that you can, especially a country like the state of Israel, that you can hear before you're just tuned out. You're just like, okay, like, you're just recycling things at this point. Yepa is toothless to prosecute. Hello, the big room. It's good to see you. How are you? It's a phenomenon worth studying when the diaspora forgets why they are a diaspora in the first place and supports the destruction of their own culture. Well, again, this goes back to this thing. Gay Prince Seti. The thing that needs to be foregrounded too is the fact that a lot of the people that are particularly... So, I used to live in LA, right? That's right, that's where I lived before I had to move back to Mexico. And there is, I mean, they call it Tarantulas, right, for a reason, right? There is a huge Iranian diaspora. I don't know if it's the largest Iranian, city, essentially, outside of Iran, for the most part, but it, in that area, it definitely feels like it. But the point being that you see the fact that many of them are all pro-Shah, right? A lot of them want to go back to that, as they view it, halcyon days, right? They're the people that will share the, this was Iran before the Islamic Revolution. But do they ever ask, right? And this is the question that should be asked: why was there a revolution in the first place, right? Regardless of whether it was Islamic or not. Why was there a revolution in the first place? Right? Like, contradictions indeed. Similar to Cuban expats, exactly, right? Because a lot of them are pro-Batista. I mean, there's no other way to really put it. If they're anti-Castro and anti the Cuban Revolution, that means they would have wanted Batista to just remain in power until the end of his natural life, essentially. Which also brings me to this weird thing about the Crown Prince of Iran. During the Iran-Iraq War, if I remember correctly, I believe it was during the Iran-Iraq War, he asked the Islamic Republic of Iran because he had trained as a jet pilot for a while, he wanted to fight. Hello, Big Jerry. He wanted to fight for Iran, which had overthrown his father. He was willing to fight in the Iranian army, right? Miami Cubans. Memory is key. Oh, for sure. Them folks don't like to examine their positions. Liberalism of the heart and mind. That's a very good way of putting it. So he was willing to go fight for his country. At least that's how people try to couch it. But the Islamic Republic said, "Nah, we don't need you, bro. We don't need you armed and like in the country. We're good." So anyway, he was denied. And I've kind of been reading more into it because it is one of those things that is a very important history to learn vis-a-vis the history of the region and how it implicates, right, our present day issues and the states that exist now. So no, yeah, they were like, no, we don't. We're not gonna give you a jet. Sorry, bro. Maybe next time. He could have been the Iranian John McCain. Maybe. But anyway, they said no, and they fought the Iran-Iraq War, which was horrifying. But that brings me to what we're talking about here, right, with the Strait of Hormuz, right? They keep talking about Kharg Island, right, Kharg, and the reason why is because, and I find interesting, and this, I've only read a little bit about this in particular, is particularly this aspect of the Iran-Iraq War, is that because Iraq, and this was under Saddam Hussein, right, wanted to take over, he wanted to take over the Iranian oil fields, right, particularly those in Khuzestan, or Khuzestan, I should say, Khuzestan, which is right next to Iraq's southernmost province, which is where Basra is. He wanted to take that over because he wanted to get enough oil to where Iraq could replace Egypt as the hegemon of the Arab world, right? So, but he needed the oil to do so, right? Which he already had a lot of oil, okay, like he did, but he needed more, right? He wanted to control such a large proportion that no other country could really be on his level. No, we find, yeah, for real. The U.S. gonna, if they try to take Kharg, it's going to be, I think to me this description is adequate. It would be akin to the Battle of Gallipoli, right? Like, that's literally what the setup is. And the strange thing is that it isn't the defenders that are setting it up to be that way. It's the people that are prosecuting the war, right? It's the people that want to do the invading. So it's a strange thing. It's the charge of the Light Brigade, straight up. Oh yeah. Although I have to say that poem by Alfred Lord Tennyson is pretty good. But yeah, it is Charge of the Light Brigade. In fact, the United States had its own example of that, if I may. Actually, let me switch to the other scene, the Hello Kitty scene. That way I can just chat for now. So after the Mexican-American War, which happened from 1846 to 1848. Oh yeah, it was very devastating. Like, essentially, Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, defeated all of the invading battalions and everything that was trying to. So Gallipoli is a peninsula just to the west of the area where Istanbul is. So that means that had they been able, and that's what they wanted to do. They eventually wanted to do a land invasion of what they call European Turkey, right? And so that's something that they were setting it up, right? But it failed because they invaded on all these beaches, but they just everything. Like, in fact, the Anzac, the Australian and New Zealander, particularly the Australian and New Zealander group, I believe they went to S Beach is what it's called. I remember they were all letters. I know X and Y are down at the foot of the peninsula, but S is, I think, is where the Australians and the New Zealanders were set up to. They literally, like, there was like a stream like running kind of parallelish to the beach, And that's as far as they got, essentially, really. Like, they just got off the beach, and then most of it got decimated. Because of that. Because they literally were sending people just thinking like, oh, well, it's gonna be a breeze, isn't it? And Turkey had actually been able, or Turkey had been able to actually get a lot of reconnaissance done, because it was able to find out that the British were buying all of these boats in Aegean ports from the Greeks, to do that invasion, because they couldn't move the fleet, from around Britain. They didn't want to take it out of theater from the North Sea. So they instead had them buy boats, and that was one of the ways that the Turks were able to set up their defenses, right, with that in consideration. I remember hearing this, but do go on. Oh, okay, sorry, my bad. Westerners love making fun of Russia for using human... Oh, yeah. Well, see, the reason why those are... It's interesting because some scholars, and I understand why, having read a little bit into that particular, the human wave thing, is because some people use a broader definition in a colloquial sense than they do in the academic sense, which is typical. I mean, I'm not going to say, oh, that's strange, right? That's very typical. Because there are some things that are counted as human wave that aren't necessarily, at the time would have been considered that, or, it's more part of how we're sort of taught what happened during the Iran-Iraq War. But yes, the British and and its empire definitely did the same as well. But also because Khuzestan it has a big Arab population, which Saddam Hussein thought that they would see him as a liberator. Right? They thought they were going to see him as a liberator. So he invaded Khuzestan, and because he wanted to take over Khuzamshar, which is the most deadliest battle as far as I've read, because they actually were able to take over Khuzamshar, which is just north of Abadan, and Abadan was the main city of Iranian oil production, to the point where when the British still had their monopoly on Iranian oil, they had segregated bus systems. I'm not even joking. I've heard the testimony of a guy that lived in Iran, right? That was an Iranian man, I should say, who remembers that in Abadan there were buses for the British and for white people, essentially for Europeans, and that Iranians couldn't get in on, right? They couldn't ride those buses. But yes, Khuzestan has a high Arab population. But one thing to keep in mind is that they're mostly Shia in terms of their faith. They're Shia Islam. And what Shia means that they are followers of Ali, right? And Ali essentially was the fourth caliph. Some people say that he was the rightful successor to the Prophet Muhammad, right? So I'm not going to get into all of that right now, but I might later. But but this becomes important because Saddam Hussein was Sunni, and there's this area called the Sunni Triangle in Iraq, which is where most of the power base for the Ba'athist party came from. Whereas the Shia Muslims, who make up the majority in Iraq, most of them lived in the southern parts of the country, which are also the most populated parts. And that is why when Iran did its own invasion, but this time of Iraq, is it called the Taw Peninsula? I think it's called the Taw Peninsula. Essentially, it's the part of Iraq that actually touches the Persian Gulf, right? When Iran did that, they thought that the Shia Arabs would then think of them as liberators. It doesn't work out too well. Just don't go into things thinking that people are going to think that you're a liberator. I don't know. I think that's a very bad way prosecuting war. But Abadan, because Saddam Hussein wanted to take over Abadan, that is why they moved the oil, right? Because before they would use that passage into the to put the tankers in and then move them out to the Persian Gulf. That's why they began to make the pipeline that made it all go to Kharg Island. So it's like it literally was another war that made them move their oil production sites where they would have the refineries and for the tankers somewhere else, so that way it couldn't be invaded. So it's like this weird thing, like Iran has been having to deal with these questions, and I'm sure they've had to think of contingencies for this. Like that's why I think Kharg is kind of like, I don't know, it just seems very strange to hyper focus on it, but yeah. But I propose no invasion. I don't know, that just seems like a good plan to me. Seems very cost effective, because that's what really matters, is how cost effective things are. Okay, so let's see here. See if we can finish this.
Clearly expressing their anger. Now, what we don't know is what kind of back channel is going on between the U.S. And Israel. I would imagine that the...
By the way, I am still just like, what definitely should be prosecuted as war crimes and crimes against humanity is the, like, attacking... Okay, the fact that it rained oil in Tehran, right? And Karaj, right? Like, it rained oil. It rained oil because they, what they did. What the Americans and the Israelis did. Like, think of it, rained oil. Like, that is something literally apocalyptic sounding. Yeah, baby Trump had a tantrum. They killed more. Yeah, exactly. They killed innocent children and made it literally rain oil. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what else there is to say. Like, I don't know. It just... Something doesn't seem right about that. I don't know. I know some other people will try to say, oh, it's a bit more nuanced when it comes to the United States, but I don't know about that. I don't know.
The U.S. leadership is not very happy with the fact that strikes are going on in Lebanon, but more importantly, it really just throws into question just how durable this ceasefire is. Remember, it's only 2 weeks long. Negotiated by Pakistan, of course, many countries.
Like, see, this is another thing too. Is like, there is no reason why Iran that Israel, I should say, cannot just stop its bombing of Lebanon. Like, there's no reason to do it. Like, Hezbollah is only responding to what they do. That's literally how Hezbollah was started, as a result of the invasion of Lebanon. Like, if they would have never invaded Lebanon in the first place, Hezbollah wouldn't exist. But because even prior to the establishment of the State of Israel, the people that founded it wanted the border, the northern border of, and this is something that's spoken about in... I always recommend Ilan Pape's book, I should say, because his book actually goes very well in depth into this. That they wanted it because they wanted every border to be essentially defensible, right? Which, I mean, sure, fine. But because they thought it was a more natural boundary, right? Like people, rivers, right? You're on that side, you're on this side, right? Blah, 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 whatever. I don't know. To me, like, that's a very simplistic. This is nothing about Elon's book, but people that sort of try to make it like it's more natural to have. It's like borders are unnatural. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Borders as such are unnatural, but if you must have them, but point being that this is the reason why they're pushing the Galilee during 1947 up until 1949, so all of 1948 mostly. Involved depeopling, right? As many towns and villages as they came across by the Haganah and the Irgun, and so Yeah, they would say it's more. Yeah, it's more nuanced. Every young Republican no longer view foreign interventions or providing aid to other countries favorably, even if it is for selfish reasons. I mean, it's a strange thing, right? When like the American people have been emphatic in their stating that they do not want to enter any more wars. That's the reason why people voted. That's the reason. One of the reasons why people voted for Trump, right? Was because what did he say? Oh, I'm a peace president. Nobody's gonna have more peace. Like that's true. A lot of them are very isolationist. But now, why does Pakistan, right? Why is it fostering this current wave of diplomacy? Well, for one, the last thing Pakistan wants is a failed state on its borders, considering it has a Baluchi insurgency, right, on its western frontier, which is with Iran, right, and also the sort of conflagration that it has with Afghanistan, right? But also at the same time, Pakistan, I don't remember if it's the largest Shia population in general of any country, or if it's the largest outside of Iran. But Pakistan has a very huge Shia population. And, the state that holds, like, the city of Qom, right? The city, that has a lot of the important mullahs and ayatollahs and things like that, right? Is important for them, right? And they don't want to see, right, more societal, cultural disintegration as a result of war, right? Because that will also lead to strife, right? If people that are leaders of communities also are, harmed, or there is a disconnection created, or some kind of other forms of dysfunction societally due to the war, everybody begins to start suffering, right? All of the I forget who said this, but someone said that a war between two countries. Who said this? Anyway, it's something along the lines of like, a war does not only take. I forget what it is. I don't want to say it's indemnities, because that's not quite what they're saying. I think it might have been indemnities. Essentially saying like, a war between two countries is not only actually between those two countries, because all the neighboring countries will have to pay indemnities, right, for them not stopping a war, right? Like, because they were unwilling to help stop a war or to stop this violence that could have, spiraled out of control, like, they end up having to pay a price too, right? Like the country that is the belligerent, right? Typically, you pay indemnities after a war. So that's one of those things where it's like, the countries that either fight alongside, but even those that are just around you also suffer from those consequences. So it's supposed to be something to keep in mind.
Countries here in the Gulf are hoping that...
This is precisely why U.S. satellites have been bombed around Iran, right?
It can lead to some sort of durable deal, but right now it's looking pretty shaky.
Yeah, not starting off very well. So MTS, all of that considered, what hurdles are negotiators facing when it comes to actually reaching a peace deal?
We have to consider two things here. We talked about the fact that Iran has presented this 10-point plan. We also have a 15-point plan from President Trump, or the Trump administration.
I have to say, them claiming that the Strait of Hormuz was open when it was already open prior to the war, it's just one of those things where I'm just like, I don't know how you can claim this as a victory. Like, I heard Pete Hegseth try to make it sound like somehow the United States got everything, right? That's kind of, and he also needs to stop talking in bumper stickers. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know that's kind of like an older phrase now, but like, he needs to stop talking in bumper stickers. Like, it's tiring. Like he's always just doing listing things in threes. Ah, hello, an Entropy fan. Hello. But the Dow Jones is up, right? The Dow. But Iran is mean for closing the door. Yeah. The knowledge of history here. Also, Pakistan is itself a failed state and a CIA outpost in a trench coat. Well, see, that is one thing I did read. That, and I don't know if they have proven it, like, okay, it's, grounded in some kind of... that's the reason why there was one scholar who talked about, like, finance capital as being tied to, like, people's idea about magic vis-a-vis, like signs and, like, signification, right? But also, like, speech acts. Because you literally have, like, one person's word or things like that, right? Like, oil crashed 17%, There's no way. What's strange for is, like, it's also affecting people even here in a country that produces, its own. It's an oil producing nation like Mexico, because this is the reason why. Like, why does the United States care about the oil in the Middle East, right? Some kind of Republican sort of isolationist, sort of try to think that through, and they kind of don't understand why. And it's because the important thing when it comes to a market economy then is controlling prices, right? Because what is a general increase in prices, right? What is a generalized increase in prices? That's inflation. It's not printing money, because the Federal Reserve does not print money. But to clarify, history is a distraction that would be what the likes of Lonerlocks, and not this. They unteach history just to muddy the waters and say it's complicated. Yeah, like I think I said something earlier. Like, I know some people will want to be more nuanced about what Donald Trump said, right? Like, oh, it wasn't him showing genocidal intent. But it's like, it's one of the clearest examples that you have where it's like, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to literally, like, I'm sorry, you can't get very nuanced when it comes to what Trump says. Like, it's very unnuanced. It's a-nuanced. They have language algorithms, aka LLMs, that are running the markets on the back end for some large hedge funds and shit, so it's crazy to watch. Pete just likes to freestyle haikus. See, it's funny you say that, Planet, because I find his intonation so weird, because he does speak like he's, like, okay, there's this thing when you read the Torah, right? When you have to read the Torah passage, right, on Saturday, right? That the Chazan, or the cantor, right, that they have to pronounce it in certain ways, right? Like, sometimes they'll say, essentially they will add cantillation. That's what it's called. They're called cantillation marks, right? Where they sort of sing a bit. But he's always saying it in this, like, and we are going to go do what we are supposed to do. It's just like, bro, what's going on? Like, and then he's always like, but then he always has to do his three things. Like, we are lethal, we are grand, and we love lemonade. It's like, there's, like, I don't know. There's just something about it. Yeah, Destroy Us. I knew a lot about inflation from DeviantArt. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Let me catch up with Twitch chat really quick. Gato Sufres de Chile. Oh yeah, I remember. It'll soon become a water slide for sure. I'd say Qatar is 4 economic elites standing on each other's shoulders in a trench coat. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Finance capital is straight up Oracle. No. I mean, look, not exactly, but it's called, I believe the book is called, like, there is a book that is written by a financier that has a title that kind of gives that impression, because it's literally titled The Alchemy of Finance. But that's a conceit, right? Like, he's saying, like, it's like alchemy because it's magical, but, you know, people do like to take it to that level. Talking like William Shatner straight up. Some time ago, a public discourse in the U.S. either goes the way up of failed stand-up comedians, true, or evangelical preachers. See, that's the reason why. So, I've seen the channel of, I guess, a guy who's a pastor at his church, because he's from Tennessee, I think, right? Or he lives from Tennessee, I don't know. But, a pastor that actually was a failed pastor, technically, I think. So he was a failed youth pastor that became like a, you know, hard right, you know, fascist, whatever, like literally defending slavery. I'm not even joking. Like, I'm saying that and I'm like, oh, should I put it in those terms? No, he literally, like, other people have said this. Like, he's literally defending slavery, right? Like chattel slavery. And this guy is like doing like a 3-part interview before Pete Hegseth got into office, right? Was ever confirmed or anything. And it's just like the craziest stuff. Like, I don't even know. This is literally how Ratko Mladic got convicted. He said it arguably in less overt terms. Right. And that's very much one of the hardest things to prove. Like, this is the thing where people will be real sticklers about it. Oh, well, it's not genocide because blank, right? And one of those things is, oh, how do you determine intent? Right? Because people think, oh, you can determine intent because, you know, they wrote a note saying, I'm going to do this thing. But it's like, we have it on the record. We have every news station broadcast this around the world in every language possible. Like, everybody knows what he said. And this is how you spot a genocide apologist / denialist, I would add to that. They didn't state intent from one corner of their mouth. Then when they do state the intent, they didn't mean it from the other. Right, like, oh, it was just being hyperbolic. You know, we need to add more nuance into this. You know, he's a politician or blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay. And yes, if you'd like to help me out, you can always support me in different ways. Either through my Cash App, my Throne, my Patreon, which I highly recommend. I do put articles up there about every month. And also through Throne. Well, I already said Throne, but also through Patreon, Cash App, and Venmo, I should say. Or by becoming a subscriber on Twitch.
Carrying those two plans is going to be incredibly difficult. We have to be very clear. Both of those plans present the most maximalist position from both Iran.
Look, I don't like this framing because the United States keeps saying, this is maximalist vis-a-vis Iran, right? Like, no. Iran literally is not asking for too much. I don't know. That's just me. Gen Z trying to cancel Trump? I know, right? Who would have thought? Trump forgot to say in Minecraft. Oh, thank you, Gato Surfer. Okay. Actually, I did want to bring up a video, and I might...
A way to get people in the doors.
Maybe not this video. But I definitely recommend watching Dr. Flint Dibble's videos. He's done a lot of interesting stuff. But I almost... Oh my gosh, I almost want to watch this. I'm like, it's long. We don't have to watch the whole thing. We probably won't. But, oh my gosh, you have to hear this. It's like almost too good. It's almost like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, let's see if this works better. Okay, wait. Nope. Now it looks... Oh, it takes up the whole screen. Okay, good. Oh, okay, just need to resize a little bit. But yeah, Dr. Dibble, I definitely recommend. He particularly focuses on looking at food. So he looks at the anthropology and archaeology as regarding the history of food and food production. So definitely a big recommendation for me when it comes to that. But let me just turn it around this way. I might have to actually let me just resize it a little bit. Sorry, I'm a little bit rusty right now. I know it's been a while since I last streamed, so I've been very busy with work, and it's just been things. So, pardon my rustiness. Okay. Let's see here. Okay.
At the same time, they saw something else, and they could describe it in millimeter precision, like almost like the pyramid. And that's what they saw. That's the tomography.
So, what they're sort of talking about right now, and Archeomilla also recommend that people check out her channel, is that there's this guy that claims, I think he said from space. We need to make sure, but I think he literally said that he can see secret tunnels in space underneath the pyramids, and it's just so wild. It's so wild. He really subjected himself to the brain. Oh, yeah, twice. Yeah, no, see, that's the one thing. The fact that Joe Rogan, I mean, some people, whatever. The fact that Joe Rogan made fun of him and called him, like, a weak man. It's like, this person has stage 4 cancer. Right? He's been fighting cancer. That's the reason why he couldn't speak with Graham Hancock for a whole year. Because he needed to be put in chemotherapy. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm just like, come on, you can't. No puede ser así, like. Yeah. And just the pseudoscience. Would you be the... No, I don't like putting it in those terms. I don't think anybody wants to be the Joe Rogan of anything. There's a buzzing coming through my mic? Oh, okay.
Can I just make it, just looking at these images, to claim millimeter precision is the silliest thing in the world. This is so blurry. It is clearly not millimeter level precision. The team claims that there are enormous coiled passageways, something akin to a spiral staircase, descending over 1.5 kilometers underneath the Khafre Pyramid at Giza.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, 1.5 kilometers. Why? Some people might say, well, if you're underneath the ground, it can be cooler. Yes, it could be. But also no. Yes, like there are people that can build like underground structures that are cool for a little bit, mainly because they're right underneath the surface, in comparison to what's like being hit by the sun. But the further down you dig, the hotter it gets. I think Flint gets into this later, if I remember correctly, is that there are like the deepest mine, which I believe is in South Africa for gold. I think it's a gold mine. Literally has to ventilate heavily, right? It has to literally air condition like tunnels, right? Like it has to air condition tunnels so then that way it can extract gold, right? It gets to like 20 feet, 1 degree hotter. Yeah. And so if it were that deep, it would literally be like over 60 degrees Celsius. Like it would be unbelievably hot. Treating Trump like a glub shitto is the worst thing humanity has ever done. Yeah, he's not a glub shitto. I can't with Joe to this day. I don't get it either. Like I don't really get. Maybe I'm not his target audience. Maybe. But I just do not really find any of the stuff that... Like, I heard this one person that said that planets are born because the sun excretes planets out. Like, excretes... Like, what? Like, that's not how that happens. Like, but... Joe Real Man Rogan threw a tantrum when people made fun of him for taking horse dewormer. Oh my gosh. That stuff can mess you up so bad, too, from what I've read. Like, it can cause you to just, like the lining of your stomach. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little weird. I will say that.
And that below that are 4 cube-like enormous chambers of 80 meters in width and 80 meters in height. I want you to ask yourself.
One thing I do have to ask, though, I mean, sorry, I don't mean to keep stopping with Flint's video, because I do want us to watch a little bit of it. But it's like, isn't it interesting how the Egyptians back then, the ancient Egyptians, used meters apparently before they were developed? Like, isn't it interesting how, like, I don't know, they built using units that only existed after the French Revolution? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's just me, but it just seems a little far-fetched.
If Dr. Filippo Biondi's method is such a game changer that it can be used for the prospection of valuable minerals and oil, let alone for archaeological and geological applications, why would he let his patents expire?
I was one of the original reviewers of...
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, if someone is... Okay, I'm going to skip a little forward, because I want to see where Flint actually starts talking about this. Okay.
And the satellite imagery, our data can't see through rock. Period.
Yeah. Welcome.
So, okay, I want to highlight this. Satellite imagery cannot go through rock. Maybe it can go a little, like a few millimeters, maybe, but it cannot go down 1.5 kilometers. Okay, from a satellite in space. I'm just putting this out there. It's already hard to see things from, like, human perspective, let alone a satellite in space. I'm just... Not a single cubit to be seen, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, they just happen to use very modern measurements.
Welcome. We've all heard about these enormous subterranean structures 2 kilometers under the pyramids of...
Wait, oh my gosh. Is this a real thing? Do people actually think that that's what's underneath the pyramids? Oh my gosh, sorry. I don't remember this from when I watched some of this before. I don't remember them being obelisks. Why would you need to make a huge obelisk? Like, then that begs the question, why do they need to build an obelisk like this? Yes, it's a new conspiracy, not football units. Weird. It's literally AI generated. Oh my gosh. This one too, like the pyramid. Oh my goodness. Thank you very much, DJ. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. If Ahmad could please give DJ a shout out, I would appreciate it very much. I can't really do it at this moment. I'm having to use my phone for the Twitch chat, so.
Giza. They shouldn't exist. Or should they? Grab a good beverage of your choice. I've got some lovely Welsh whiskey.
I have sparkling water, so I don't know what y'all have, but
grab a snack, because we're going to investigate. As you make your way down into the earth, under the sands of Egypt, down through a passage carved into the limestone bedrock, and deep below the surface, as you continue down dozens and hundreds of meters, it will get warm. As you pass from hundreds to thousands of meters underground, it will get scalding hot. This heat is due to the geothermal gradient, the heat rising from our Earth's molten core. On average, for every kilometer you go underground, the temperature will rise by about 25 to 30 degrees Celsius, which is about 80 or so degrees Fahrenheit that it rises. What that means is that 2 kilometers under the Earth, the temperature will be more than 60 degrees Celsius or over 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Scalding hot. That's hotter than the highest temperature ever recorded on the Earth's...
Oh my gosh, that's... See, this is what I was saying. It gets really hot. It would be well over... Like, for every... Like, think about this. Like, just think about this. Like, how hot this place would be if they did build it. We barely have air conditioning that works now, and it's very deleterious to the environment. Imagine how, like, how on earth did ancient Egyptians do this?
Surface, and above the temperature that humans can survive. The geothermal...
Oh. More people I study the mechanisms that people use to delude themselves from that. Ah, I see. Interesting. I've known about Dipple Royale. Oh, that's great. That's great. Only just begun watching some of his stuff. Entertaining guy. Yeah, no, I know about him and his brother. His brother isn't an archaeologist, but Chip is his name. So, because their father was an archaeologist as well. and he worked on flint chip carvings or weapons, I think, something like that. I forget what it was, but it was something to do with that. So that's why, in fact, that's actually how they got their names, from flint chip. So let me know if that shout out worked, because it's not showing up on my side.
Radiant, that increase in temperature that happens as you go deeper into the Earth is a key piece of scientific evidence for assessing the most viral archaeological claim of the year. That there are enormous structures buried 2 kilometers under the pyramids at Giza, detected using a new method called...
Right? Yeah, for real. Yeah, Dad, when when I thought of it, because I guess this says, like, you know, this speaks to kind of like how I would think of it, was that I thought, like, I was thinking, you know, like in Pokemon, how, like, you know, the names of people sometimes also are very explicit with what they do, right? Like, Bugcatcher, you know, Bugcatcher Fly, or Bugcatcher Roach, or something, right? Something like that, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, Stargazer Neptune, or something. You know what I mean? And so I was kind of like, oh, like, I kind of thought of it, oh, it's like in Pokemon, you know, like, that's kind of how I took it. Lieutenant Surge being an electric gym leader, exactly. Yeah. Flint and Chit Dibble are the most archaeologist and geologist names. Yeah.
synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography, also known as SAR Doppler tomography. The team claims that there are enormous coiled passageways, something akin to a spiral staircase.
The thing is why? Why do they need to build this, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why build this and leave no trace of this ever existing, right? Like, the whole point about the pyramids is that it was a big deal. It was a source of national pride to build the pyramids, right? Like it still is today, right? Like, people, oh, we have the tallest building, we have the largest stadium, we have this, we have that, right? In fact, if you helped in the building of the pyramid, you didn't have to pay your taxes for that year. So it's like, oh, if you help us build this national monument, literally, you don't have to pay your taxes, right? It's like, you know, it would be like, oh, if you volunteer at one of the national parks in the United States, you don't have to pay your taxes for this year, you know?
Descending over 1.5 kilometers underneath the Khafre Pyramid at Giza. And that below that are 4 cube-like enormous chambers of 80 meters in width and 80 meters in height. They've released this series of mock-up images of what these structures might look like. So yeah, we got some crazy claims here. This is Archaeology with Flint Dibble, and I am Flint Dibble. Right now, we're going to do the ultimate debunk of these absolutely ludicrous claims for an underground city.
Also, oh my gosh, I just, like, thinking of, I have like a, what's it called, like a scholar, like a academic edition, I guess. I don't know what to really call it. It's actually for teaching the Jewish Bible. And it has a similar cover to that painting he has behind him. But I just thought, I think the blue behind him is literally like lapis lazuli blue. It kind of looks like that to me.
At Giza. And yes, I'll need my tinfoil hat
oh my gosh.
and some good Welsh whiskey to do these claims justice. These sensational claims from megastructures under the pyramids were presented publicly at a press conference in March 2025 by the Khafre Project, a team of 3 independent Italian researchers.
Oh no. Oh, they're Italian. Ah, I see. Let's see here. So, radars, raw sun god, sun rays, rays of light, speed of light meter. True. Radar satellites can go into the ground a bit. If they could go a lot, well, they wouldn't have the current problem with all the Iranian... Yeah, exactly, right? So the theory is that the sun is in perpetual pregnancy. Well, the way how it was described, it made it seem like... Sure, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Yeah. They did this because aliens built it? Yeah. This is because we were waiting for Indiana Jones? Yeah. Key question, why is an advanced civilization building in stones? The pyramids are pretty much as high as you can go in the medium, at extreme cost to the available space inside. Oh yeah, like when you're walking up, yeah, study Bible, thank you. Like, Yes, graphic design is my passion. I really like that random little spiral where it says expedition. Like, it doesn't make me think that you're gonna go, like, I'm not sure, but something about this just doesn't scream Giza to me. Like, it doesn't scream, like, I know there are pyramids at the bottom, but looking at it, I don't know what that, like that arch or whatever that is, like, I don't know, it looks almost like future-y to me. Like, it kind of looks out of place. Like, there's like a satellite, I don't know, it feels like you're gonna go to space, right? I don't know. You'd expect a spacefaring civilization to have discovered titanium or aluminum. Yeah. Well, not only that, but to also have perfected, right, the ability of how to create all of these things, right? Because, like, there is that stone, right, on top of where the coffin is, which is built into the granite, by the way, which is built into the granite, in the king's chamber, right? You have it where it actually cracked, and they fixed it with mortar, right? So we know the building methods used in the king's chamber, and like, oh, if aliens built this, why would they allow something to crack? Why would they use mortar, which is something that we know the Egyptians had at the time to for that purpose? Why would they use that? Surely they could just magic up a new rock, right? Certainly. I mean, if rocks are nothing to them. And not only that, but like, there are inscriptions, there are actual carvings, right? So, these beautiful inscriptions in the walls that actually depict how the Egyptians use sleds, right, in order to move things with the, I mean, people can recreate this. Glorp. Spoiler alert, it's just an extension of, I see. If white people did it, engineering. If not, well, see, I mean, the same thing happens with, stuff here in Mexico, right? I always hear something about how in Teotihuacan, right, that somehow that is like a secret message to aliens to tell them blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, that doesn't even make any sense, because almost all the pyramids, the ones they're talking about, look exactly the same. Like, they were built to look the same. Right, to honor the gods, the higher set of gods, at least as ones that they revered at that time, right? And it's just like, you can go visit them, but they want to do it and be like, see, this stone here has like a footprint of an alien, right? Because there's like a weird little like mark on it or something, and it's just like, bro, come on, like, you don't need to do that, Like, I don't know, like just enjoy being in Mexico, right? Like, enjoy being on vacation. I don't know. It makes me sad that we can't appreciate this historical monument for what it is, because it is truly, yeah, it is a great achievement. Yeah, it has to be, yeah, the Jesuits, the Jesuit aliens, the Jesuits from space. If you ground the rock by hand for a month, damn sure you're gonna mortar it. If you have machined it in an hour, you'll just do it again, right? Right. I miss Mexico. Yeah. No, but it is a common thread, and that's why I never understood, like, how come it's always done? Like they recently discovered these conical, right, so cone-shaped pyramids in Western Mexico that, sort of are different, right? Like, people are used to the step pyramids, people are used to the pyramids as they know them in Giza, right, particularly on the Giza Plateau. And it's like, these are cone pyramids, right? They have a rounded base, and it's so interesting. But what immediately do they do? Oh, it must be aliens, right? It must be aliens. It's the space Jesuits. Didn't that Nobel laureate scan the pyramids of muons in the 60s and found nothing? I'm not quite recalling that particular event, but I mean, I wouldn't doubt it that it has been done multiple times. Yeah, it's the erasure of the indomitable human spirit to say it's aliens. How dearth for a love for humanity if you can't believe people cannot make grandiose worlds. Right.
Dr. Corrado Malanga, a former professor of chemistry, Dr. Filippo Biondi, who has a PhD in electrical engineering, and Armando May, who is an independent researcher interested in Egyptology. Despite their advanced degrees, let's be clear, these guys are fringe. There's no.
Well, another thing too, just to add here, I don't mean to again, you do not have to necessarily have a PhD in the field of archaeology and or history to contribute to it. We have a lot of people. There's lots of historians that aren't PhDs in history, or an archaeologist that didn't get a degree in archaeology, right? But it is different because they still demand the same amount of rigor and scrutiny. So the fact that they're not from the field, and they're also doing things that also seem outside of, at least when it comes to chemistry, seem outside of the field. If they're going to do satellite tomography, I don't know. Hence part of why I study these figs. I see. I need aliens to build me a house. I know, how come aliens don't ever build houses for us to live rent-free?
Nothing wrong with fringe ideas. I love to have a good time and imagine some wacky ideas too, with or without some wacky tobacco. But it's important context here because it shows how these guys move beyond their education and expertise. Uh-oh, it's falling. Ah! It shows how they've moved beyond their education and expertise and into the fringe. As I learned recently from Italian archaeologist and YouTuber Archeomia.
See, that is one of those things too, where in America, I will say this is not a uniquely American thing, but America just has a lot of people that kind of do this kind of logic, I guess, if one can call it that. Oh, if something is fringe and is not accepted by the quote-unquote mainstream, it must be somehow more true. However that is exactly, I don't know. But there's something a lot of the people that are pseudo-archaeologists, pseudo-historians, right, they get a lot of traction because of that, because they're like, oh, I'm not one of those academic historians, whatever that even means, but oh, I'm not one of the mainstream, quote-unquote. I am doing something new, and it's always it's just you being, yeah, it's the oppositional defiance thing, right? And it's I understand why, yes, there are people that do that, but it's not as common as it seems to be. I don't know. It seems everybody, especially for what it seems to me, go onto specific podcasts, like the Joe Rogan one, tend to have that in mind. That kind of is their shtick, I guess. I don't know.
Dr. Corrado Malanga, the chemist, is famous in Italy, but not for his chemistry research.
But he started to be famous for another thing correlated to this.
Oh my gosh. Alieni o demoni. No, I need to go back. I need to see the first book.
YouTuber Archeomila. Dr. Corrado
yeah,
Malanga,
Alex
the
Jones,
chemist, is famous in Italy, but not for his chemistry research.
It comes from the excuse me. It comes from this idea that because they're not mainstream, they must be speaking truth to power, and they're getting covered up. Right? Oh yeah, exactly. It's the reason why I'm still very Norman Finkelstein, right? And I don't know, maybe I haven't really been keeping up with him. I don't know, but I know he's good when it comes to talking about the history of Zionism and Palestine, etc., right? That's. However, at the same time, he was actually canceled, right? But when he then associates with people that weren't, right, that they just said, I'm being, help, I'm being, I'm being oppressed, right? I don't know, it's just one of those things where it's someone that actually did speak truth to power and actually was, had their academic career, sort of taken away from them. At least as it was going at that time, right, at DePaul University. You would think wouldn't necessarily want to be speaking to the people, right? To these people, I should say. You may be skeptical of traditional media, right? And you should be skeptical. But the problem is that they accept any other option. Oh yeah, for sure. You have to be skeptical. That's why you're always supposed to use multiple sources, right? In fact, I was in Complainy Laney's stream yesterday, and they were talking about how they were going back between CGTN, Al Jazeera, BBC, all of these different news sources, and you could start to hear, right, MSNBC says it a little this way, but the BBC says it a little bit more like this, right? And you sort of start to get a broader picture of kind of what is what they're trying to get at. as to when you watch, and I think Complain Eleni also watched Press TV, which is based in Iran itself, right? So, yes, because mainstream media has made itself giga untrustworthy. Well, especially because you have the whole spectrum of it in the United States in particular, one becoming essentially like a monopoly, right? Becoming a sort of oligopoly, whatever you want to call it. And then, I mean, to the point where, wasn't it Pete Hegseth that said, like, I can't wait until something buys out CNN or whatever to, like, put you guys back in shape, or, like, essentially saying, like, once this corporate entity takes over your newsroom, like, then you won't be the challengers anymore, right? It's just like, okay, bro, if you say so, like, let me see here. Not the Italians, right? It makes, yeah, let's see. While you see aliens are like God. Oh, you got rid of that? Dale Gribble ass mentality. Oh,
But he started to be.
Ok. Parlami di universo e alieni così che io possa capire. Okay, let us talk about the universe and aliens. Things which I can understand. So that was an interview that he did. Chioppe la fabbrica dell'immortalità, la vera storia di chi erevamo. So, Cheops, the fabric of immortality, the true story of who we were. I have to be honest. Maybe I just have never run into this book publisher. I don't remember when in Italy the book publisher Spazio, but I don't know. Maybe it's just been that long. I don't remember. I don't know if the book publisher is known for publishing these kind of books, because I know like there are some book publishers that like this is what they publish, right? And that's kind of what they're known for. Dale Gribble, indeed, for sure.
Be famous for another thing correlated to this, that is hypnosis. Because he started to hypnotize people who believed that they have been abducted by aliens.
Okay, so now we have hypnotism and aliens. This is not going well.
And that's the main thing he got famous for many years ago, like 20.
So he's mostly famous for hypnotizing people who claim to have been abducted by aliens.
Exactly.
And he's extremely famous in Italy for this.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, we are in full tinfoil hat territory. Wacky claims are nothing new for these guys. But these recent claims at Giza have moved from the fringe to the mainstream, being covered in newspapers and popular podcasts. The big problem is that the claims made by this Italian team are really difficult to assess because they're...
So, you see this rock over here on the right-hand side where it says N, has a little arrow over here? That's the one that there's a crack in it, because that's the one where there's a crack in it and they fixed it with mortar. And this is in the King's Chamber. So this is like why we know, like this is how we know that it is what it is.
Are based on a new and still unproven method, SAR Doppler tomography. And because nothing has been published in writing by the team, not in a peer-reviewed journal, nor even in a simple blog or online essay. So it's difficult to fact-check. Look,
that's another thing. This is a very big red flag, and like, it would be one thing if they were to say, okay, they haven't submitted anything to an academic journal for peer review. But if it's, if it's something relatively, that, like, new, like, depending on how new something is, like, doing that research, doing that writing, maybe hasn't been done yet, right? It might be in the early stages, whatever, right? But to not publish anything at all, that's a huge red flag. Like, it's already kind of worrying when someone is saying there's this huge advancement in the field, but it's a secret and I can't tell you what it is. Like, you know what I mean? That's, like, it's not even about, it's in a peer-reviewed journal. I mean, that helps because then experts in the relevant fields, help you by analyzing what you're writing, and then telling you, like, no, this part of your argument doesn't make sense, this data doesn't make sense, blah, 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 right? All these different things. But to not publish anything, not even to where people could even, so to speak, lay people, right? people that are not archaeologists or it's just so many red flags. Like like it's not like secret. I don't know.
Only publicly available information are
Also, liberalism has people chasing hoaxes while the real conspiracy is the reproduction of imperialist capitalism, but good luck convincing Westerners of that. Well, it's very difficult to convince, particularly when they are the primary beneficiaries, right? Like, that's one of those things that a lot of Marxist and other, related scholarship has often looked at that, right? Like, the people that were willing to uphold unjust systems. For example, like chattel slavery in the United States, even though they didn't hold slaves themselves, right? Right, we see that.
Presentations, oral presentations, and podcasts on YouTube. There isn't even a website describing their findings or collecting the images that they've created.
Okay, this is another thing too. If they don't show anything, that's also a huge problem, because how do I know that what they have done is actually what they're saying that they're doing? I know that might sound convoluted. Maybe I'm wording it a little bit strangely, but this is the same thing when it comes to like showcasing new historical research with a new document, is that's a huge thing you can do in historical research, is be like, oh, hey, we've discovered these new things. In fact, recently, this actually pertains to Egypt. Like, this was a recent thing that was published, as far as I can tell, is the Red Sea Scrolls, right? People know about the Dead Sea Scrolls, but they're also the Red Sea Scrolls, which we have actual, the average worker, right, talking about their experience working, right, in the construction of the pyramid. And it has, oh, I'm part of this team, right, which was called Khufu's Boys, or the Khufu Gang, right? Like, essentially, that's kind of how they're translating it. And essentially, like, saying, like, oh, today we had to do these tasks, right? And all these people had to do these things. Like, that's particularly very interesting to me, because when I look at the history of Latin America and Jewish history, right, which is sort of my intersection that I look at, I'm usually looking at marginalized people, right? And so finding texts like that, highly important, right? Finding archives that have, personal diaries, letters, right, are what allow me to conduct a lot of my research, right? So something like that sticks out quite a bit. The comically flamboyant propaganda statement from Iran is more accurate than the CNN reporting, and it stood the test of time, as well as Israel's ceasefire break. Oh yeah. Let me see. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just realized that I hadn't scrolled all the way down. Dang, I've only ever been abducted by a roving gang of circus clowns. That's great. I acknowledge this is 100% based on anecdotal. Does anyone else feel like Al Jazeera's coverage just has a markedly different tone? Yeah, that is something that I do see that's a little bit different, but I also think I will say that there are some aspects of like U.S. news media where they really want to do a lot of the, like, I almost want to say Fox and Friends type of news reporting that I don't know. It kind of, I don't know. It makes the news boring, and it's not like the news for some people is already boring. So I don't know. A lot of people also don't know what peer reviewed means. Look, I'm just gonna say this once: paying people as a staff to quote unquote peer review your stuff before you post it as a video, that's not peer review, okay? People know who I'm talking about. I don't need to say who I'm talking about, because there's only one main person that says that this is how they do quote unquote peer reviewed historical research. So that is not peer review. It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on him not understanding. Upton Sinclair. Oh, thank you. Another suspicious thing is if there is no methodology included in the article book at all, which again, if you're going to write an academic book, or if you're going to write an academic article, methodology is usually one of the first things, like after you introduce your topic, then you go into your methods, right? Whomst? Metatron. Hello, the Ferret King. How are you doing? My best pal, it's looking nice to see you. The buzzing is back? P review, yeah. Yeah, no, like, he's just one of those, Freda, who, you know, friend of the stream, Freda, talked about him in the Weird Medievalists, right? Stuff, and that's one of the things is that he would say, like, oh, I pay a team of, you know, supposed, you know, academics or whatever, or experts, I think is how he would say it, for them to peer review my videos before I publish them. But I'm like, that's not peer review. Oh, I've missed you as well. Yeah, I noticed that what it tends to be like when I mess with the headphones, it tends to get rid of it, but we'll see. Also, SAR is known for glitching, plus it's not, as the engineers who built it didn't know the limit. Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's really just all smoke and mirrors. However, Filippo Biondi's recent viral appearance on the American Alchemy podcast with
also, like, think about this, okay? I just want to make this really clear, okay? And, you know, we do have Planet, right, who lives in Egypt, right, and who, you know, wait, Metatron does what? Well, I don't know. I just remember that this was something that was brought to my attention before, because I've only seen but only because I've seen other people do critique videos about him. He says that he has a staff. Again, you know, I don't want to get to, you know, whatever, but he apparently pays people to look over his videos to give him like a green check mark, right? And so he says, he does peer review, but that is not peer review. The whole point about peer review is you're not supposed to know, like, they're not supposed to know it's you, and you're not supposed to know it's them, right? That's the whole point, right? And they also have to be people that are specifically, like, that their knowledge is germane to what the article and or book is talking about, right? Like, it would make no sense for someone whose emphasis is on Kazakh history, right, to read, say, a book of mine that talks about, like, Latin American Jewish history, right? Because they wouldn't know the nuances and the scholars that I need to be citing and the sources, right, the major primary sources and the secondary sources, etc., right? And that's the problem with saying you have a staff of people that just read your stuff and you're calling that peer review. That's not peer review. Like, some materials are transparent to radio but not visual or IR or infrared spectrum. That's what SAR is for. A kilometer of ground isn't one of those things, right? Especially when, and I just want to highlight, yeah, that's what he says verbatim. He has a staff that peer reviews him. Right, okay, good. I'm glad that I got that right. I want to make sure that I get it correct, because I know he can get upset at people, and I'm just like, look, it's what you said, bro. Some scientists can be full of BS too until further review. Right. Like, that's the reason why, again, preprints are things that are not, but it's why it says at the top of a preprint in Nature, in the Lancet, whatever, right, in the New England Journal of Medicine, whatever it might be. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you so much, Hayam Shower. Thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription to the Ferret King. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription to Gato Surfer 2. Yes, thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. Yes, if you'd like to help me, you can always go to. Thank you so much, Orange Q. That's very nice. Metatron in practice, you can easily figure out who reviewed your stuff, even for non-niche fields. I mean, yes. I mean, I understand that there's only a limited amount of people that they could possibly ask for, right? However, the point is you're not supposed to know who they are, and they're not supposed to know who you are, in the sense that they're not supposed to make some prejudgment about the quality of your academic work, right? Of your research. Because that is one of the things that academia is supposed to, right, have. It's supposed to have these standards of ethics, right, that come with peer review, right? So, yeah, I'm sure that if people spent a lot of time, you could maybe decipher, but, that's one of the things that, again, people that want to talk about getting rid of peer review usually don't publish things that are peer reviewed, usually. Metatron. I don't know why I said Metatron. The buzz went away? Okay, good. Now Shakespeare has to stream all week. Thank you so much, I'm Shower. That's very, very cute. That's very, very sweet of you. And that's a very, very cute little... emote that you have there, Fairy King, the one with the little shinies. Hope you've been well and enjoying spring. Yes, I've been busy working, teaching. Is it even double blinding? It's not as if the basic principle of scientific research or anything. Right, exactly. It's not like double blind tests, right? Or somehow like seen as a standard when it comes to research or anything like that. Yay, now you can use the emotes. It's fine now. Yeah, he thinks peer means friend. Oh, yeah. I remember he was going after someone who is also Italian as well, because Metatron's Italian, apparently, for pronouncing, that their Latin wasn't. I'm like, who cares? It's Latin.
Jesse Michaels has racked up 500,000 views in 10 days, which means that these claims are becoming more and more a part of public discourse.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. What I meant to say in response to the SAR imaging is that the pyramids of Giza, they did this on purpose. And this is very much true with the Sphinx. They dug all the way down to the bedrock, and that's what they built the pyramids on. Right? It's not like they built them on sand. They built it on the bedrock of the Giza Plateau. Right? That's why they have this small promontory, right, and stuff. So.
Online. After all, views means news. So it's time to look at them in detail and provide the ultimate debunk of these under-the-pyramid scams.
There is something done. Giza has to be something that is related to give a better life of the people at the time living there. So maybe...
Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, this already started bad. An energy power plant. No, there's not a power... The pyramids are not power plants. Because if they did, then does that mean that the Egyptians were always on their phone eating hot chips and lying? You know what I mean? It doesn't make, why would they need electricity when clearly nothing of the infrastructure that exists in the archaeological record requires electricity? Nothing. But ancient Egypt predicted Minecraft, yes. I do like the typewriter, but see, in a way, it's kind of weird for him to be talking about how the technology back then had to be made for the people, at that time, when there's literally a typewriter behind him. When it's well, you would think that we would have, just had a computer, right? Why did we need to go through all these iterations of going from, the, proto-writing into what we now recognize as, the first writing systems of cuneiform script, all the way to now having a computer, right, that can type out words, right? And it's, it's actually kind of an interesting irony, I guess, of having him right in front of a typewriter. But hey, everyone agrees it's been ages. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I've been busy. Been busy working.
Energy power plant. Something related to chemical, something related to, I don't know, mining, something related, but or...
Okay, I'm sorry. Like, the pyramids are not about mining. Like, mining is not, oh, I'm just gonna dig a tunnel here and build this huge pyramid on top. Mines don't need that. Like, there are no mines that are built like that. So, I don't know why... Oh, no. You don't, no, you're totally good. No, nothing to forgive. You're totally good. A nice reminder of ancient Egypt and the pyramids is the labor protest that took place. Ah, yes.
A combination of everything. So there is something that is related to make better living people there.
Yeah, maybe it's this or that, or maybe it's all these maybes. I mean, whatever. Look, before we go to the tinfoil hat territory, before we jump off the deep end into speculation, as an actual scientist, I firmly believe we have to work from the known to the unknown to assess any claims. We have to start with the basics of what we actually know about the archaeology, the geology, and the hydrology of Giza.
And that's another thing, too. The water table at Giza is really high. People have known about this. Egyptologists, archaeologists have known about this for quite some time. Because, if I remember correctly, the Nile used to have different channels that existed, and and now because it's dammed with the high Aswan Dam and all of that stuff. Now it's a bit different, but back then there was, I believe it was called like the Khufu Canal, or forget exactly what it was termed, but it went pretty close to where the pyramids are, right? I mean, like the Nile, the River Nile, is so central to all of Egyptian history and life, to the point where, like, again, you had all of these different branches of the Nile that people could take to all the way to Giza, or take out all the way to this to this village that over time dry over, sometimes get replenished with water, become a branch again, or become lakes, right? It's natural hydrology, but I don't know. Yeah, didn't they float the blocks and run them on skids and rollers using wet sand? Yeah, they floated the stuff downriver, which is why, like, when people want to say, like, oh, that X place didn't invent the wheel, it's like, well, they didn't need the wheel, right? Like, if people don't need the wheel, right? Like, if like, you have this huge river next to you, why would you, Like, it's always that. Like, they always want to bring up the wheel, and it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. Personally, I like articles that are peer-reviewed. True. Yes. It's the best metal for constructing a power plant. Stone, right? It's the best conductor of electricity. Yeah, you should react to Metatron as junk food every once in a while. Maybe. I mean, we'll see. So also the technologically advanced thing is to make a power plant small, not huge. Make a small nuclear reactor is complex. Very few countries can do it. Making a huge pile of radioactive material is easy. Right, and also, where is the runoff? Like, where are all the things, right? Because you have to have, like, cooling pools. Like, you have to have all these things for a power plant, right? Let alone all the other things that they say it's going to do. Because if it's producing chemicals, like, okay, you're saying it's also a chemical plant? Like, they're producing, like, I don't know, like industrial chemicals? Necessity is the mother of innovation or something? Sure, yeah. Another thing that boils me about these conspiracies is how soft-handed the people purporting them are. Have you watched Professor Dave Explains? Yeah, I've seen, in fact, I think I saw his video on Professor Dibble. On Flint. They never had to figure out how to move something heavy using only ropes and friends, or how to cut something using primitive tools. This is an interesting thing to bring up, because in a sense, yes, right? Like, in a way, they kind of can't imagine how it worked, even when the Egyptians literally carved how they did it as inscriptions in the pyramids, right? Like they literally put inscriptions showing how they like teams of people, teams of men hauling the stones of the pyramid. And there still are like, there's no way that could have happened. It's like, if they did, if they didn't come with the Ford F-150 pickup truck, there's no way that they could have moved anything, right? But the fact that they think it's like literally some verging on the insane to even consider that humans could do that. It's like, what do you think people did before? Like, I mean, there's an island in Chile called Chiloe, if I remember correctly, where when people move house, they literally move their houses across the island. Like, they will move the whole house, right? So it's like, you still stay in the house you live in, but they just move it to the next place where you want to live, right? And that's just how they do that on that island. Yeah, Chiloe, right? Yeah. Thank you.
And then we can move to the unknown. These fringe claims
Chiloe.
and the new methods used to detect these structures. While I am familiar with the archaeology and geology of Giza, and I have several videos that address those topics, I am no expert in radar remote sensing. So, to assess these new methods, I also spoke with Professor Larry Conyers. He is an expert in mapping underground archaeological features using radar. And he is especially appropriate here, as he was actually one of the peer reviewers on a 2022 paper published by Filippo Biondi and
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Oh, okay. So they have one of the peer reviewers in here. Interesting. Oh, I wonder what they'll say. I don't remember this. I must have not watched this far, I guess. Wait, you're saying technology doesn't progress like a skill tree in a civilization game? Wild. I know, right? It's like, who would have thought? Who would have thought, right? It's because the wheel is an IQ indicator. Oh my god. Yeah. That's what people try to see it as, for sure. Ancient Egyptians were so good at it, bro. They were doing all that while being powered by beer and bread. Yeah. I mean, literally, beer and bread built the pyramids. Literally, beer and bread. Who indeed?
Malanga, a precursor to the current claims that they're making this year.
9 months ago, when I got sucked into this whole controversy when it made the press.
Yeah, okay. Geophysical archaeology. This is as narrow as you can get in terms of, like, people that are specialized in particular. Like, this is what I mean by, like, yeah, there are people that are going to be specialized in what you're talking about. This is exactly this. Like, geophysical archaeology, there is exactly the person that you would want to have reading your work.
I spent way too much time looking at these people going on podcasts with people and talking about stuff, and it hurt my brain that I couldn't possibly take it seriously because there was no meat on any of those bones whatsoever. So we're still here. Here we are now, a year later, and we're still actually 2.5 years later since that article was published.
Okay, let's see here. Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Department of Electrical Engineering, Department of Chemistry and Industrial Chemistry. Yeah, okay, so yeah, this was accepted and was published. Okay, I see. Interesting.
And we're still where we were before. We haven't gotten any farther.
Yeah.
We've got images, we've got interviews, we've got fancy words, and that's really all got.
That's all we got. Fancy words and interviews and a few images. So, look, we'll dive into the details of this new method, synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. But I'm telling you, it's complicated, and I'd rather not put you to sleep at the start.
Is something penetrating the Earth? So in the case of radar, like you said, it's reflecting.
Oh my gosh. Is something penetrating? What a way to start that question. Is something penetrating? I really want to know if something's penetrating.
Off the Earth's surface, pretty much superficial. What else is penetrating the Earth to even gather the data on the structures?
Oh my God.
I tell you this. The satellites flies in the space on a velocity of approximately 7 kilometers per second. It means that in 1 second, the satellite has flow 7 kilometers. Then, this high speed, this high velocity permits the radar to synthesize a very generous Doppler bandwidth. Doppler, it means that the electromagnetic waves that we transmit and receive are frequency modulated by the movement of the Earth. Okay? If the Earth vibrates because of the presence of seismic waves, the presence of vibration due by the cities, the presence of vibration due by any natural phenomena occurring on the Earth while we are observing it by the radar, it means that the Earth is moving. And if this movement performs a frequency modulation on the returned signal.
Yep.
Okay, I don't want to presume, but I don't know. False dichotomy for the Egyptians. That's why bread is very important to Egyptians to this day. We can't survive. Oh, I love like flatbread and all that stuff. It's so good. I don't know, why did he make that motion when he was penetrating the earth? I know, right? Exactly. That's always an important thing to establish up front. I don't know why he had us put it like that. Like, is there something? Like, jeez. Like, I get that Filippo is an Italian twink, but my goodness.
I just love how Jesse Michaels keeps going, as if he actually understands what Filippo Biondi is saying here. He is so convinced by that absolute word salad that is meaningless to pretty much all of us. So, okay, look, these methods are complicated and unproven. Instead, let's start with the facts that we do know that are relevant to these claims. The team has claimed that these scans are evidence for a city deep under the pyramids. The mythological...
The Daily Mail is not exactly known for, you know, yeah, I'll just put it like that. The scientists who discovered vast city, I mean, they're not archaeologists, though. And as far as I can tell, they also aren't specialists in that particular thing that they're doing, which, again, you would think that they would have more bona fides if they were going to say that they had this. But I'm pretty sure if there was a city underneath the pyramid, that if anybody were to know about it first, it definitely would be, I don't know, the people that live in Egypt. I don't know. That's another thing too about like this kind of like, oh, it was aliens, oh, it was an advanced civilization, right? It was Atlantis. Is that they're always traveling around and, you know, show up at places and then kind of act like, you know, we know what's really here and you don't, even though you see it every single day, you know? I don't know. There's just something about that just kind of like... And now let us, you know, destroy it because we want to prove that our weird theory is true.
Claims that have generated significant press coverage in a number of newspapers. Here is Armando May presenting this conclusion at the recent conference known as the Cosmic Summit.
The Carefree Project SAR technology recently detected large subfaces anomalies, scientifically supporting this. Thus, Amenti might not only be a metaphysical real, but a physical reality beneath Giza. The Emerald Tablet describe Amenti's construction involving deep wells to bring light and light.
This is not very precise. If the whole thing is that this is precise, this is not precise. I can't even tell what this is for. I mean, just looking at it, you know.
Into it. This strongly resonates with Giza's archaeological landscape. Near the pyramid's eastern and western necropolises, numerous blocked vertical shafts exist, their depths unknown. It's plausible these shafts link to the megastructures recently detected by the SIR beneath Giza. Thus, the Emerald Tablet's wells may be more than symbolic.
Milo Rossi? No, I don't think so.
They could be forgotten vertical access points connecting surface monuments.
Oh, they have? Okay. I'll have to find that video then.
to a hidden.
What is Milo's? Is Milo also an archaeologist, or
ancient underground complex?
Look, we know there's no underground city hidden deep underground at Giza, 2 kilometers down, or anywhere else, because of the fact.
By the way, Flint's father surveyed the Sahara Desert. Okay? I know it's just the Sahara, because Sahara means desert, but you know what I mean. His father surveyed the Sahara. You know? Mini Minuteman? Oh, nice. Oh, good. Good. Debunking conspiracy, yeah. Minute? Trying to think, how do I pronounce this word? But I'm guessing it's minute man. Okay. Badass. So, that's why when it was actually on the Joe Rogan episode, I apologize, I have this like candy right now that I'm eating, so it sounds a little bit. They found so many, like, I guess Stone Age, if you want to call it like that, sites all over the Sahara, because we know that it's changed. But this is particularly important because people, like, for example, Graham Hancock, are like, unless you've surveyed every centimeter, every millimeter of the Sahara, you haven't really considered my theory, right? That there is a secret civilization hidden underneath it or whatever. Oh, mini Minuteman. Ah, okay. Rossi and Dibble did, I think, a 2-hour show about pseudo-archaeology. Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely have to check that out then. Definitely have to check that out then. Yeah. But this hack is mystifying basic orbital mechanics. It is indeed a word salad. Yeah, for sure. Like, even for myself, right? Even for myself, I'm like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Even for, like, my lack of knowledge that I am more than willing to admit, I'm just like, from what I know, this is already starting to get very, I don't know, obtuse. What the SAR satellite actually does with its movement and the Doppler shift is create a larger antenna than the physical. Yeah. Milo Rossi's good, medium, and... Oh, nice, thank you. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely have to look him up.
Fact that we started this video with, the geothermal gradient. At 2 kilometers of depth, the temperature would be scalding hot. It would be fucking 60 degrees Celsius, over 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
Think about it. Just think about it. 60 degrees Celsius. Over 60 degrees Celsius. Hotter than any other place, on any place on the surface of the Earth. Think about that. You're talking about the Egyptians, who did not have air conditioning. Only now do we have the technology in the way that we do, and this has always been a problem, because mines are very hot. The deeper that they go, because of this. Again, like I said, the deepest mine in the world, which is in South Africa, I believe, they have to get air conditioning for the mine, right? Not even for like, oh, where the workers live or whatever, just for the mine where they are working, right? Because it's so hot, because it's so deep into the earth. So, which is not even that deep, right? It's like maybe almost a kilometer, but it's really hot.
Right. People simply cannot live so deep underground. So, okay, one of the things that alternative historians say that we archaeologists should do is we should look outside archaeology to other fields that are relevant to their claims.
It's these other disciplines that have a whole different take on it. And it's, again, not a criticism of archaeologists to say they're not engineers. They're not engineers. It's just...
Okay, yeah, okay. One, that's not necessarily true. Because people can specialize in different things. So, you know, Like, I know people that, I've heard of people that, yeah, their thing is questions of engineering in regards to archaeology. Sure, they might not be engineers, as in that's not what's on their degree. That's not what it says, like, oh, has been conferred the, degree of blank in engineering. But it's strange when it's only used as a way to say we should listen to this person who says everything that you've ever known is wrong and my theory is right. There's a whole thing to be said about understanding history from multiple... No, there is. That is why there are many different methodologies, right? And many different ways of approaching history. Why there are war historians, why there are social historians, economic historians, like myself, cultural historians, right? We all approach it from different angles. But that also means that we do get to know, right, those other fields that we're working with, right? Like, in order to focus on cultural things, right, on cultural objects, you have to know about how they function, the way in which how people communicate ideas, how like the history of art, blah blah blah, all these different things, right? I don't want to get into explicit detail for that, but it's kind of a weird thing when this is only used as a way to say you should let this person, take his, just get a sledgehammer and dig underneath the pyramids, like, I don't know. It feels like that's always the thing. Let this person do whatever he wants. Oh, I'd be turning into broth at this point? Yeah, for sure. Every plank length of the whole thing. Oh my god. His father's name is Boulder Dibble. Oh my god. As in the Revolutionary Mint. Ah, okay. I see. Every plank length of the whole thing. That's very warm. Yeah. That's what the electricity was for. Right, exactly. I'd be turning into broth at this point. Oh yeah, the electricity was to make air conditioning. The ancient aliens that told the Egyptians to build pyramids also gave them superior air conditioning that we are still in the base stages of creating. Just explain the engineering also sus on this claim. Yeah, engineers can well, I don't know. Engineers could be some of the around the outside of their field. I mean, again, this is why it would be one thing to say this is why you should have someone on your team that's an engineer. But you can't say, oh, because you didn't study engineering, therefore I don't have to listen to anything of what you say, right? Like, I'm not an art historian, but when I've had to do, like, archival research, and that involves also reading stuff from, like, having to do stuff that involves some art history, one of the things was to, be in contact with an art historian, so that way they could, tell me, oh, this is blah, 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 right? Because I was looking at these interesting, so they were triumphal arches that were drawn by a Sephardic Jewish, crypto-Jewish family. And so it was me looking at, like, how are they putting in, Jewish motifs, right? Even though they have to be technically outwardly Catholic. How, I was looking at the Jewish motifs. This was a long time ago. But I had to also know, like, I don't want to say, like, oh, this is it, or this is it, right? I also had to know about the art history of the period, right? Like, what motifs were included? Were these things ever actually built? If so, were these things done in this way? Were they done in that way? Why is this put here? Why is this put there? Etc., right? It requires a lot of research in the first place. So to say, okay, you need someone on your team, or you need to consult with someone, that's fine. Totally good with me. Now, saying, oh, you need to not listen to archaeologists and listen to an engineer instead, that's a different story. There's a reason many engineers and medical docs are creationists, otherwise crackpotted, neither are science. Well, yeah, they knew they need it, right. Amazing Boulder Dibble. They're advocating for some bullshit. Yeah. Intersectionality is not a word that exists to these types. True, if, because obviously That's, woke. That's woke space Jesuit ideology. Fun fact, the reason I got invited to the Shack Discord was because I got into an argument with a Rogan apologist about the Flint Dibble episode. Really? Well, that's an interesting backstory, and welcome to the Discord. Glad to know that you're there.
It's fact.
Yeah, man, it's just fact. So look, if we want to assess what it takes to live and thrive and work so deep under the earth, we can look at a field outside of archaeology. We can look at deep mining.
Exactly.
Because of the geothermal gradient, deep mines are exceptionally hot. For example, the world's deepest mine, the Maponeg gold mine in South Africa.
Look at this. Look at the lengths what capitalism is willing to do to the earth to get out gold, right? This is why, capitalists, at the end of the day, they actually do have to care. Do they, though? Do they? I don't know. This huge scarred landscape. The only technological innovation is there in order to ensure that they can get reap their super profits, their imperialist super profits. I don't know. The deep lore, Thomas of Enemy. Oh, awesome. Hello, Philippe. It's good to see you. Talk about capital penetration, right? Oh, yes. Because that guy, the other guy, the American alchemist guy, he's very, very interested on talking about penetration.
Africa goes down over 4 kilometers, and it has a specialized system to cool the temperature for the miners.
Because the mine tunnels are so deep into the earth, temperatures get up to a blistering 65.55 degrees Celsius. Ice has to be pumped into the
65 degrees Celsius! Oh my gosh, that is unbelievably hot. No human being would be able to survive that. That is literally torturously hot. To say that that's where they hit a city. Literally where human life is impossible. Oh gosh. I swear this guy, is he just I've seen him in different types of videos. Is he just a speaker? Because I don't think that he's I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but he's just on so many. I've seen him 20 different videos, and they're all very different. So, oh, the English pop is he's funny. His whole channel is pop signs. Ah, okay.
Shafts just to make working conditions bearable. The slurry ice allows for temperatures in the mid-80s, but the rock face and bodies of water scattered throughout the mine maintain blistering temperatures.
Hot temperatures are a problem in deep mines around the world, with mines reaching 1 kilometer or more reaching dangerous temperatures that are too hot for miners to work in.
Oh my gosh. Okay, just saying. The language here, and I don't know, they're just the Petrov mine in the former Soviet Union mined a depth of 1,200 meters, and the Virgin Rock, what a weird way of talking about that. I mean, I know what they mean, but still, reaches 52. The Ibn mine, yeah. Dongguashan copper mine. Yeah. The President's gold mine, 63 degrees Celsius. This is just ridiculous.
Remember, the enclosed space and the presence of groundwater also leads to humidity, with many mines reaching humidity levels of 90%. The combo of heat and humidity creates a wet bulb effect. Essentially, humans cannot survive in these conditions.
There's a dangerous combination of heat and humidity which is measured by a wet bulb. It's a kind of tipping point for the human body where we lose the ability to thermoregulate and things start going very wrong very quickly. We're talking about heat stroke, organ failure, death in just a matter of hours, and it's not anywhere near as hot as you might think.
If you've ever been in the subterranean chamber of the Great Pyramid.
Look, I have yet to visit Egypt. But I've been to other archaeological structures that involve you having to go deep into the ground, as well as caverns and stuff, and even there, it's been very hot, and uncomfortably hot, because it's humid, and it's just, it's horrifyingly humid. And so I'm just thinking, if you were to go any deeper, it would just get hotter and more humid. Not great, not terrible. Yeah.
Which I've been. You'll know that it's warm and it's humid. It's not even that deep underground, only 30 meters, but it maintains a fairly stable temperature of 20 degrees Celsius or 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Similarly, if you've ever been down in a deep subway, like some of the deeper lines on the London Underground, you'll know how it's always.
Oh my gosh, yes. In New York, oh my gosh, New York City's subway is so bad because they don't have air conditioning at all. Like in Paris and other places, they have air conditioning in their metro stations, right? Not in New York. They just let you just broil in the heat. It is the worst possible feeling. It is the worst feeling. Just absolutely the worst. I'm trying to see what is the lowest that it goes. Sorry, I'm trying to see the actual places that I've gone to that are because I know I've gone. I think I've gone at least. Was it 16? I forget how deep it was because I know I went to one place and it was 30 meters down, which is about 100 feet, and that was just horrifying. That was just so bad. I think the deepest place that I've seen is 78 meters, so like over 250 feet below. Oh my god, that was oppressively just no. That was so bad. Oh my gosh, I hate the bulk. I look away for a second and now there's Joe Rogan on the screen, right? Not Dick Whistler's Curio Content Farms. Every time I think I've blocked all the channels, he comes up with another one. Yeah, he like always shows up on random channels. I'm just like, who is this guy? Vile, too hot to live. Yeah, no wonder hell is always depicted deep underground. Right, exactly. Because it is very hot underground. Because like I remember like when I went to the one that's like 78 meters below ground, it was so hot. And you just start sweating instantly. Like from the time that you like the way how I felt it was as soon as I started to feel hot, I was already like perspiring heavily. Like that's how I felt. Like everybody was telling me like as like essentially we all had the same experience. Our body was reacting to the heat and humidity the same way. By the way, the bus is here and a thing that sounds. The bus is there and a thing that sounds kind of like a car blinker in the. Oh, the buzz is there. Let me see.
Warm and humid down there. It's not deep enough to be dangerously hot, but imagine going deeper and deeper. The world's first mining air conditioning system was actually installed over a century ago, in 1915 at the Morale gold mine in Brazil. Since then, similar...
Look at that. It's a piston chiller used to cool the temperature from 30 to 60 degrees centigrade. Like, think about how much electricity has to be used just so that way they can extract. Let's see, what was the mine? What was the Morale Jorge mine in Brazil? Don't know what they mine. But you know, it's unbelievable. Like that's. I mean, and some of these are from 22 to 19.5 centigrade. A 70 mining chiller unit. Oh my gosh.
Similar systems have been installed in deep mines located around the world on every single inhabited continent. Here's an example presented by Agreco, which is a company that installs cooling systems within mines.
The challenge with any underground mine is that the deeper the mine goes into the ground, the hotter the atmosphere becomes. As the mine is...
Okay, that's a very good way of putting it. The hotter the atmosphere becomes. Yes. Everybody that went... because there are some places you can go look that go deep underground, because like landslides, other stuff, right, has happened, that has covered up the area in different places in the world, right? But if you're to go anything deep into caverns to find stuff, that is a perfect way of putting it. Because I remember that 78 meters like on the way down, like there's just a point where like the atmosphere just changes. I don't know how to say it, but like everybody's body just started to just be like, turn around now, and we were like, no, we have to still keep going. We're not all the way down yet.
Expands and deepens. The need for cooling increases. And that's where Agreco come in. As the leaders of underground mine cooling in Australia.
Like, can you imagine the amount of, like, this is why the individualized, right, the individual, you know, some people might say individualistic, you know, liberal capitalist thing where they try to say, oh, you as an individual consumer, right, have to stop consuming so much energy and blah, 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 right? When compared to industrial energy usage is like unbelievable. Like you leaving the air, you know, the AC on at a slightly lower temperature than whatever you normally do, right, to save money on the power bill, is like these things are literally cooling mostly rock, right? They're cooling down the whole atmosphere, right? So, you know, imagine the amount of electricity that is used, right? Because I know people talk about like data centers and stuff. It's like, this is on a different level, right? This is on a whole different level.
Our expert team were able to engineer a unique 12 megawatt thermal package.
Oh my gosh, 12 megawatts? That's...
Utilizing a range of specialized mine cooling equipment. From fluid chillers and cooling towers to diesel generators, we engineered...
Oh my gosh. Imagine right now how these mines must be doing with what's happening in Iran, all because of the illegal war being perpetrated on them by the United States and Israel. Like, they need diesel to power these things.
A bespoke cooling solution that delivered 100...
No, not bespoke. Oh my gosh. Calling it bespoke like it's a suit.
180 cubic meters of air per second into the mine at just 8 degrees.
Do you... Like, I'm thinking about that. That would, like, cool a house in, like, seconds.
Celsius.
Whew. It's getting hot in here. If I was promoting the fringe idea that people were living in a city 2 kilometers underground, I'd be sweating bullets at this point.
Literally.
Push up!
Oh my god.
Okay. The other big problem the Cafre team claims face is not just heat, but water. The geology and hydrology of the Giza Plateau have actually been intensively studied by scientists for decades. In fact, this was the issue that I first noted a week after the claims for these deep megastructures under Giza were made. Why? Because water's a big fucking deal. We have a good understanding of...
Oh my gosh. I love this. Yes, this is true. Underneath the pyramids is actually a huge cat structure. Yes, that actually tracks. That actually tracks. Honestly, I feel like the fact that the solution has been just sending robots down speaks to how much cheapness capitalism still places on our lives. The fact it's still the dominant mode of production. For sure, yes, 1000%. There's a very old novel from 1854 that's called The Journey to the Center of the Earth. Isn't that by Jules Verne? Which I really liked when I was 7. I felt like one of the first things a true workers' democracy does, probably just my suspicion, is we replace all humans having actually to go down in mines. Yeah, robots to do it. That's one of the things that I found interesting when I was reading texts by, interestingly enough, anti-work anarchists. I mean, and they're not like anti-work in the like, oh, but that they were theorizing how so much of human labor that is done now, particularly the most, deleterious to people's health, the stuff that is most soul-crushing, etc., right, could be done by machines. That's what they wanted to foreground, right? That, like, that's what they're technically, I mean, because I know there's, like, an anti-work type of thing. Yes, under the pyramid, there's a giant cat. It totally makes sense. It totally tracks. Yeah, just a giant cat, yeah. It tracks. And, yeah. Totally makes sense. It tracks with how the ancient Egyptians, yes. It works. It takes a lot of naps. Yeah, it's been napping for, millennia at this point. But that's one of those things that when I sort of was reading a lot of that stuff, because I've always felt that reading a broad range of different, like, theory is important, right? Because a lot of people will tell you, oh, like, read one thing, like, read down one path and then read down another, but I've never really been that kind of way. That's why even my academic work is interdisciplinary. I've always read, like, stuff from other things, and that's one of the things that I thought kind of wasn't addressed in some of these other stuff that still kind of made it feel like, some people kind of overvalorize physical labor in a way that can be on one hand ableist, right? But also, aren't considering the fact that we also want that work eventually to wither away too, right? We don't want people to have to be doing things like deep mining, right, where the temperatures are over 60 degrees centigrade. Sudden urge to pet the cat, to pet the pyramids,
The hydrology of it. And for example, the water table is just not that low. More recent studies have looked at ancient...
Oh, I love this. Okay. People know I love drawing maps. I love hydrology maps and all of this. This is so cool to me. Okay. Yeah, because so I do remember that the Sphinx was right by the water. I kind of remember seeing something more or less. Maybe it was this. Sheisha et al. Maybe. That kind of makes sense timing-wise. But yeah, like, that's the reason why, like, when people overly stress, like, oh, there's no way they could have done this or done that with the pyramids, it's like they sailed them up to here and then carried them to where the pyramids were being built and then built the pyramids from there. So, I don't know, like, oh, I see, this is the present Nile floodplain. Yeah, interesting.
Water tables and where there's Nile branches, for example, Shisha et al. In 2022, and have shown how there was a branch of the Nile, the Khufu branch, that extended all the way up to the pyramids. So, the water table was quite high in the period of the ancient Egyptians, and it still is quite high. This is a photo from 1880, right at Giza Plateau, with the Nile flooding.
Oh, wow. Well, see, yeah, that's another thing, too, is the Nile did flood, right? It doesn't really do so anymore, but that's because of the dams that have been placed on the river. This is actually a huge issue for Egypt because, water is obviously a vital resource for the whole world. But when it comes to the sources of the Nile, the White Nile and the Blue Nile, they have which is the two forks that then become the Nile River that goes through Egypt. Is that because it's all been dammed up and because the origins are in different countries, people have always foregrounded Egypt's necessity for the Nile River, but now that Ethiopia and Sudan are trying to claim their allotment of water, is that it brings into an important discussion, right? Like water conservation, right? Other modes of getting drinking water, right? Water treatment, etc., right? And right now with Sudan, with everything that's going on, I mean, I know it's very difficult to even, necessarily, but still, like, water is an important resource regardless, right? Definitely for not even just humanitarian purposes, but just life. But my point being more so that these have been some of the issues that have been coming up. So it speaks to how the Nile, right, and the pyramids and Egypt as such have always been affected by other things, right? Like, people that tend to focus on pseudo-archaeology and pseudo-history really want to make what happened in Egypt or what happened in Persia or what happened in, Acadia, wherever it might be, seem as unique as possible. So then that way they can say it only could have happened for this reason. But it was all interconnected, right? Because it was the flooding of the Nile that not only changed the relationship they had to the deities, because they actually had a positive sense of the deities in relationship to the floods, but that's also what allowed for all of these different communities to begin farming, right? And to no longer be nomadic, etc. So it speaks to how grand the history is and how interconnected it all is, as opposed to sort of like the unique and special sense that a lot of people try to put it through. Raising the price is sudden. Oh, Jules Verne. Yeah, I have a collection of Jules Verne, but they're all in Spanish. So it's actually Julio Verne. I see.
Up quite next to it. And then this is explorations of the hydrology of the entire Giza Plateau, showing at the depth at which there is natural groundwater. So the groundwater table underneath, and we actually know that there's groundwater not very deep underneath the pyramids and along the Giza Plateau. We've actually done ERT, not me, but these teams these are teams.
Yeah, like this is always one of the things too. Like when they try to say that there are secret structures here, or that like the Spanish destroyed the Templo Mayor of the Aztecs because they didn't want people to know that it was like a secret blah blah blah, whatever. You know what I mean? It's always like you can look at the archaeological work that has been done and of all the different disciplines that have contributed to that research. And it's always like, no, because Tenochtitlan was built on a lake, right? You can't build structures underneath a stone pyramid when it's literally in a lake. There is water there.
Teams that are actually managing Giza. They want to understand the water, the water table, so they can understand how, for example, the Sphinx erodes in today's period, because the Sphinx is still eroding, as are many of the monuments there. The last time I was at Giza, it rained. So, understanding how to manage this sensitive...
That's another thing, too, is because these people want to focus on doing these very damaging explorations, I guess, is one way, is that... and they also kind of take away from conservation as well. Like, they take away the attention to how we need to conserve these things, to conserve important monuments, documents, etc., landscapes, right, like for national parks, etc., is that only makes the eroding away of things like the pyramids, like the Sphinx, right, occur and not get, and people that are at the Egyptian Museum, right, in Cairo, not be able to even do the programming, right, that can help ensure that the Sphinx can be preserved for many generations to come. Because every time it rains in Giza, right, a certain amount of measurable stone, right, from what the Sphinx is, it gets taken away. Right? Same thing with wind erosion, right? It's water erosion, wind erosion, blah, 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 right? People know this. And because, like, a lot of this stuff is... And tourism is very difficult sometimes to work with, because it can be difficult to get people to understand why they can't touch things, why they can't do this. But, yeah, it is one of those... things that, better conservation programming can only happen if there is funding for those things. And a lot of funding has been cut, even here in Mexico. It's just, luckily a lot of stuff is already in the works, but, like, there's a lot of good archaeological sites, historical documents, other things that should be protected, and that are sadly going to be they're going to forego protecting them, because they just can't afford it, right? Because they can't give everybody a federal, a national grant. You know what I mean? And especially because a lot of grants were done in partnership with American universities or American federal institutions. It makes it difficult for a country like Mexico, that is very reliant on the United States, to do its own preservation, right? So I'm trying to connect it in that sense, but, you can see why knowing about the water table and these things is so important, and why it also plays a part for historians, right? Like, I have to use, and I've said this in my most recent article, like, I use archaeological stuff all the time, right? Because there are things like the archaeology of Tenochtitlan, right, that speak to its early settlement by Europeans, right, when the Spanish first started to settle at that time, right? There are things which, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right, that you can see that, oh, the Spanish affected the raising of this plant in this way because they didn't like the fact that, I'm just going to make something up, but like they didn't like the fact that maize could have so many colors, so they only wanted to make it white. You know what I mean? I mean, that's not exactly, that didn't actually happen, but my point being that, like, you know, looking at the archaeological record, looking at that, at the material evidence, and showing how colonization affects marginalized communities. I mean, that's kind of, you know, particularly vis-a-vis colonialism, because sometimes communities that are, you know, are not given the chance to be literate, in the sense of they were not taught how to read and write in Mexica, in the Mexica language of Nahuatl, right, and were not taught Spanish, right, how to read and write in Spanish, then we don't know, right, their own lived experience. And so we have to look at the material record, right, the archaeological record for that. This is where cultural anthropology and anthropology in general comes in, right, because of the fact that we have to consider the material evidence of the peoples that live there. So the idea there's no way they could have done this, because that is funny to me, because they clearly did. I know, right? Like, here are these pyramids and they're enormous and they're amazing, and your thing is like, I couldn't think of how to build it, so they couldn't have thought of how to build it. That's kind of how I feel it is sometimes. It's like they can't think of how to do it, so they imagine, oh, then nobody must have been able to think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like some of it is sometimes like that, you know?
Terrain is important, and so we have a good understanding of the hydrology and the depth of the water table, and it is still, it's not very deep. It's not 2 kilometers down. There's water there. So how are there megastructures built 2 kilometers underneath the water table? So yeah, water is a big fucking deal. The water table at Giza is variable, but it's no more than a few dozen meters underground at any place there. If there are structures that were excavated even deeper than that, they'd be flooded with this water. Again, humans could not live there in a city. It'd need to be a species of...
Also, if there was a city, why does nobody talk about the city? Like, the whole point is people live in cities. So surely we would get people that live in the city and talk about their life in the city. Right? Like, we know of every other place in Egypt, right? In ancient Egypt, right? From Abydos to Thebes, right? To Avaris, right? To Memphis, right? We have all these places, but we don't ever hear of this ever in the average person's records, right? We never hear about this place being taxed, which is like some of the oldest records we have of things.
Mermaids and mermen, who are specially adapted to living in scalding hot water. So we can see this in one of the deep shafts at Giza, the Osiris shaft, which is about 30 meters underground and is flooded with water today. Mr. Beast and his team recently went swimming in it in their video on the pyramids of Giza.
Right? Oh my gosh, I remember when, I know I brought up, I had a stream where I talked about how Mr. Beast rented the pyramids. At least that's how the news was sort of selling it. But I remember that he came here to Mexico, and like, apparently there was like a lawsuit against him because he like went into one of the archaeological zones at Teotihuacan, if I remember correctly, that he wasn't like, that no one's allowed to go to unless you're like a researcher or part of the conservation team to film, because it looked cooler or something. I don't remember exactly the charge. I would have to look it up specifically, but it's something along those lines, that like, they essentially like a trespassing charge, but I don't know if they damaged anything, because I think that would be the aggravating factor for sure. But
in the center of the room is the sarcophagus of God Osiris. Right?
Like, look at this water.
Here, it's supposedly...
like, look at how deep this water is. Like, it's waist deep. Waist deep. It's been raining a lot in Egypt recently. Yeah, it's raining a lot in Mexico City right now. In fact, they've actually kind of put us on a... As I know, I've mentioned to people before, right? Like, my house flooded. And so that is one of those things too, where like when we're put on alert because of the recent flooding, because flooding is starting to happen, like it's one of the things that like, raises my alarm, because I'm like, oh no, the last thing I need right now. oh, there's so many people who can't imagine anything beyond their limited experience. It's why I hate the whole common sense thing, the fascia stuff. You know, yeah, it's very weird when I hear people say, I'm not political, I just do things through common sense. Because sorry to hear about my house. Oh, thank you, Senators. Yeah, it was. Thankfully, right now I mean, it is raining a lot, and in a way, I because I didn't plan anything because it was raining, I was able to stream. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Like now every time I hear like a big storm is coming our way, I just get a little like wary. But I forget who said that. There was some stream I heard that said that. Rainy season usually starts in May, so it's weird. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is the thing with, like, climate change and all that stuff. Like, it's making the rainy season start at a different time. Especially because like, Mexico City is technically speaking within the tropics, right? So it does have a rainy season and a dry season. So, but I haven't thought about the Sphinx, but you're right. Yeah. Like, again, this is the reason why, like, one of the things, like, I have considered, like, at one point when I was in the Middle East, right, I know I've mentioned it before, right, I went to Syria and Jordan, right, to Syria and Jordan, and I saw sites there. I did want to extend my time there, I just couldn't, right, like, I would have loved to, but I couldn't, I just, for reasons, but if I could go back, I would love to go down the Nile, visit a lot of these sites, and help in some of the preservation work. Because there's a lot of stuff that's just, and there's stuff that like tourists like to go see that is, that can get, there's an issue, and I'll just put it like this. When you go into the pyramids, right? Every time you speak, your perspiration, all of that stuff, it all collects on the pyramid, on the stones, right? And so that affects the stones as well from the inside, right? They're also being affected on the outside, right? So it's in both directions, right? And so that's why tourism is one of those things that even in Mexico we have to be cautious of, because it's like something like that, right? It's eroding away. It can lead to problems down the road, I guess I should say. And so, and there was this one guy, I forget who it was, but they said that like they licked that someone like stole, I guess, like a rock from the Great Pyramid, which is a crime, by the way. Like that is literally like a jail, like a prison sentence in Egypt, because it goes against the Antiquities Authority. Like, literally, that's a crime. And that's also antiquities dealing, like, illegal in that sense, too. But, like, because it's usually a black market type of thing. But when that guy licked it, and I think that's what, he licked it, I think. Because they said, oh, like, you'll know if it's from the pyramid because it'll be salty. But he didn't realize where that salt came from, and that salty flavor came from the collected perspiration and breath of the people that have been inside of the Great Pyramid that were now collected on that rock. So, he just like kissed like 5,000 years worth of people. So,
The gateway to the underworld.
Yeah, so try to get in.
To the underworld?
Well, yeah.
Screw it.
Oh my god.
This sarcophagus is allegedly the portal to the underworld.
Again, we can turn to deep mines or other projects that excavate below the water table. Water flooding is a serious issue in these contexts.
How do you manage dewatering in high water table excavations? Imagine digging a deep hole.
Oh yeah, like these things here in America, I remember there's a picture you can see. If I remember correctly, it's like you could fit the entire Renaissance city of Siena in one of these, right? But in America, it's just a way to get from one freeway to another freeway. Like,
hole in the ground, and suddenly water starts rushing in from all sides. Managing that water is a key part of construction in areas with high water tables. When the groundwater level is above the bottom of your excavation, you need to lower it to keep the site dry and stable. This process is called dewatering.
Yeah.
First, engineers evaluate the site conditions carefully. They check.
Oh, and look, it's Flint Dibble looking at engineering stuff. It's an archaeologist looking towards engineers for their expertise. Like, it's literally what they say archaeologists don't do, or what historians don't do.
How fast water moves through the soil, how deep the water table is, and how much water needs to be removed. This helps decide which dewatering method will work best and be cost-effective.
These are enormous challenges for deep mines because the water is often mixed with debris from the excavation and the mining, which creates a slime or a slurry that traditional water pumps cannot handle due to the...
Yeah, that's the thing too, is what you get when you're down there is not water as such, right? It's like when people talk about like underground rivers and aquifers and stuff like people imagine that it's like this huge like cavern with water in it. But it's not. It's collected in this slush, slurry, I guess, one way of thinking.
Grit. So it requires a specialized solution in these circumstances.
Hi, I'd like to talk to you today about underground mine dewatering, or as it should be correctly termed, underground mine deslurrying. Slimes, which are a mixture of water and solids, are a common but challenging application in underground mining.
Yeah, look, I don't know anything about this. I'm not an engineer, but I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, if you're going to put that through a water filter, you're not going to have a good time. You're not going to have a good time if you put that through a water filter. I don't know. Maybe the U.S. needs to have more people in it to fill it up because of the sound. It sounds pretty empty. True. I'm watching a historian, watching an archaeologist, watching an engineer. What a time to be alive. Indeed, the reference, Raymond. Hello, it's very nice to see you. Very, very nice to see you.
Slimes collect in sumps or reception pits, which are located at various levels of the mine to allow
water
water and rock
stone.
dust from drilling to flow into them as the mine progresses deeper underground. These sumps must be pumped out regularly to prevent flooding.
Warning sump. Oh yeah, okay.
Which can pose both loss in production and safety risks to the mine and staff. Slimes are one of the most commonly dealt with, but least well understood pumping issues for an underground mine. Very often, a mine will utilize water pumps to empty slime-filled sumps. Due to the abrasive nature and higher solids contents of these slimes, these water pumps will be destroyed in a matter of weeks or even days.
So look, the water table is a huge challenge for the Khafra team and their claims at Giza. While the team ignored this topic initially, in his recent interview with Jesse Michaels, Dr. Biondi acknowledged the fact that water would have filled these shafts. Here, let's watch him try and explain what it means.
Water. Water is the principal actor that is related to all these structures.
What role? Why do you say that? What role does water play in the pyramid?
Yes. Water, when flows, maybe let's say on the pipes, like that, it generates a certain information in terms of vibration that is very precise, because water is an important stuff of life that is present on the earth a lot. No, the earth is full of water. We are water, and so the pyramids and the water are connected together.
Wait, but how do they transmit information? How does that work? Yes, you are a mod. How does that work though? How does water transmit information? I don't get that. I feel like that makes me think of the what's it called? Homeopathy stuff, right?
Yeah. Water generates information. Okay, yeah. I think I'm putting this tinfoil hat back on. I think I definitely need another sip of this whiskey. So, what the heck does this mean? Water generates information. I will give Jesse some credit, because thankfully, instead of just going, he actually wants to know what this means.
And when you say generates information...
I tell you.
Yeah.
You know that we are made of water.
80% or something.
I think more.
Maybe more.
It depends on how you are watching your percentage. I tell you. In terms of mass of the molecules, I agree with you, 80%. But in terms of moles, it means number of molecules. We are 98 or 99%.
Wow.
It means that 1%.
Oh my gosh. This is so, I don't know. Hello, Moanope. It's so nice to see you. What role does water play in the pyramid? It hydrates the giant cat. Yes, exactly. All things must go to the cat god. Quick, we gotta find an architect reacting to a historian, to an archaeologist reacting to an engineer, right?
Of number of molecules have the weight.
Oh wait, you know what? This just made me think. This relates to what Deleuze and Guattari talk about in Anti-Oedipus, right? Because they talk about molar stuff.
Of the 20% that you said before. Okay. In terms of number of molecules that is composed our body, we are 99% of water.
H2O.
Jeez.
Wow.
So that's very important.
That's extremely
him
interesting.
running his hands down his hoodie like
if
that.
you are seeing it in terms
very
of
good,
mass,
very good.
okay, that 1% of molecules has the mass of the 20% of all the entire water composing my body. So 80%, 20% in mass, 99% and 1% in terms of
number of molecules.
I mean, that's just fucking genius right here. He's like...
he still hasn't explained how water works. Dude, an airplane is mostly aluminum if it isn't the memory of the element making it fly, right? Bro is just mystifying volume and composition. Yeah, it's getting to the point where I'm just like, what is this? Like, what is he trying to do?
Like, yeah, I'll answer that question. And then he just doesn't and starts talking about how humans are mostly made of water. Thanks. Yeah, does that mean we carry information in the water in us? I mean, like, please, do I need to wear the tinfoil hat to have it make sense? I actually am genuinely interested in how water can encode information here. But Jesse, of course, just goes, yeah, interesting. I agree. Yeah, cool. Fascinating. Okay, so fortunately, like, half...
I wish okay, look. I will say one thing. Him going, so much is starting to get on my nerves. Like, him, you know, like, are you trying to say something? Like, I don't know, just...
An hour later in the conversation, they return back to water. So maybe this time, this question will be answered.
Yeah, the water thing is so interesting. What do you think as far as, you say water has information, and what is that? I mean, obviously there's a water table below the Khafra pyramid, but why is that significant otherwise as far as the pyramid structure itself?
Yes.
I will say one thing. I do like his hat. I do like the little symbol, like American alchemy, and it's a UFO. But now considering that he has Filippo Biondi here, right, and all this like pseudo stuff, it's I don't know. It's a problem. It's starting to become a problem. like that's all I like. It's just that. It's just a little design. I think it's cool. But what the design seems to symbolize, I don't know.
Thank you for this question. Is important. Water table. While if the Egyptian authority will give us the authorization to go there in situ and make measurements, maybe make some cleanings on the existing facilities.
Another absolutely clever answer. Really important question, Jesse. But I'm not going to answer it. I'm just going to talk about how I want to do some research on the site. So. He does go on a few minutes later to state that he specifically wants to map out the water table on site.
And we can do a lot of things. The first thing that we can do is to perform in situ measurements, so in situ measurements campaign using seismic reflectivity methods. Okay? Not Doppler tomography, other methods. So maybe to see if they match with my methods. And in that context, we will be able to map very precisely the water level under the plateau. That's the first thing that, in my personal opinion, we can do. Then we can measure perfect and so match the in situ measurements with my measurements and see how the depth.
I don't know what he's trying to get at. Like, oh, if I did it, it would be different. The science would be different if I did it, because were ancient Egyptians even aware that we have this much water in our bodies? And yeah, they were also water benders, exactly. He's the best. That's what Weirway has physical attributes. American alchemy, I prefer photo alchemy. True, that's true. Alchemy is a great solvent, pushes a lot of things to uniformity, the exact opposite of how memory storage works. Exactly. That's a good thing to put it. But the vagueness of it and this Mad Lib's way he's throwing out random Snapple facts makes you think he's deliberately trying to mystify. Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%.
Of the existing shafts that are located on the Giza Plateau.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, Biondi.
I don't know why we have to keep talking about shafts and penetration, but okay.
Already shown you the water table at Giza has been well studied on site, in situ. I'm not sure why Biondi cannot just use the published information about it. It's fairly comprehensive, it's in 3D. He never once acknowledges that these studies actually exist. Any good scientist should know that you should do some library research before you invest on repeating research that's already been done. And I want to be really clear here.
I mean,
the
yeah,
water table at Giza
you should
has
do
been
research
mapped out
first.
using a range of up-to-date methods, including the one that Filippo Biondi suggests that he wants to use. The methods used by Sheriff Feldman and his colleagues include electrical resistivity imaging, shallow seismic refraction, and ground-penetrating radar, in addition to testing these results using borehole drilling. So, okay, finally, later in the interview, finally, Biondi returns to Jesse's questions about water and explains his hypothesis for how the water might have functioned in these coils that go down 2 kilometers.
Maybe it can be hypothesized that this, as I told you, water is very important. Maybe the water goes through these spirals, and the spirals are made by piezoelectric material, and while the water is flowing through the spirals, are exciting this piezoelectric material that generates electricity. Something like that, I mean, but it's only an hypothesis. We have to go there and check.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yes, it makes so much sense.
It's
delicious.
delicious.
This returns us right back to tinfoil hat territory. That the ancient
Actually,
pyramids
aliens,
were
right?
fucking power plants. Which has to be the stupidest idea
it's
other
power
than me
plants
trying to
again.
wear a tinfoil hat over my headphones. Because seriously, we have no electrical tools or devices from any site from ancient Egypt. And I like seriously, we have thousands of copper tools from ancient Egypt. Copper is one of the best conductors that we use in today's world to
I know,
conduct
we
electricity.
still use copper
so where the
in-
fuck are all the
in
wires
wiring.
for the coils or other uses of copper as a conductor from ancient Egyptian sites? We should have this. We have lots of copper. And look, stop right where you're at. I can hear those wheels turning in your head. You're thinking about the heat and the water together. But let's be clear, 60 degrees Celsius is not nearly hot enough to boil water. So there is no evidence for them creating steam power to power a turbine or something
my
like that to generate electricity. It's all just so fucking silly. Fortunately, I've already debunked the idea of the pyramids of Giza as a power plant in a recent video explaining the function of the Great Pyramid. I mean, after all, where do these narratives come from?
King's chamber shafts is what's collecting the microwaves. The Queen's chamber shafts have the...
Wait, oh, sorry, never mind. I thought for a second he meant, like, the cooking implement. I know there are microwaves that are not microwaves, that are not the microwave ovens, but I was like, why would they be collecting everyone's microwave oven?
what you believe some chemicals in there.
Right.
And then what is happening with those chemicals?
They're mixing and boiling off hydrogen.
Okay, so they're creating hydrogen.
Right.
And what is the function of the space in those shafts? Does that help the chemical process? Is that what it is?
The space in the shafts.
Where they're filling them up with liquid?
Oh, yes. that is
yes, we have to fill up the shafts of liquid, indeed.
that is predetermined to make sure that they maintain a head pressure. The fittings, or the metal fittings, I describe as switches, like fluid switches.
Mm-hmm.
So when the fluid or the chemical was covering those metal fittings, I call them electrodes. There would be a closed circuit. When the fluid level drops, it would open the circuit and signal the need for more chemicals to be pumped in order to maintain the head pressure, in order to make sure that there is an accurate supply of that chemical.
And so
wait, why would they put chemical? Okay, if you're gonna store stuff, why would you choose the pyramids? Why would you choose the pyramids? They are so tiny on the inside. Like, these would be tiny little, like, hardly any chemical. Like, it just doesn't even... water carrying information is really inconvenient. I was drinking a glass of water the other day and it called... oh my gosh. That was like 4 times. Yeah, for sure. Like, if you dunk your hard drive in a big bucket of water, you're probably gonna have a bad time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Flint is great. Yeah, I was talking about how, like, his father was also an archaeologist and worked in surveying the Sahara. So, alphabet soup is more than 90% water. True. Oh shit, I was way behind. I'm eating a stew right now, though. There's not much information in it. True. New theory. The pyramids were giant microwave ovens because the Egyptians had frozen dinner technology. Yes, they knew how to make an advanced chemical power plant. Yet again, they had made it out of stone. Exactly, that's another thing. Stone that's held together by mortar that could very easily cause leakage. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
That chemical would pool up inside of the Queen's chamber?
It would probably, yes. I mean, we don't. There's a lot that is missing from the Queen's chamber.
Oh my God, this is...
Wait, what is missing from the Queen's chamber? What is missing from the Queen's chamber, sir? I need to know. What are we missing? It's...
So stupid. Where's the evidence? You talk about metal fittings. We have metal from the pyramids. You remember that robot that went into the air shaft of the Queen's chamber? We have copper on the blocking stone there. There's actually a piece of iron that Colonel Vise found in the Great Pyramid. Where are your metal fittings? Where are your electrodes? Where are your switches? Where is the evidence for these chemicals pooling up there? Why do they not...
Also, just a quick... if you'd like to help me in some way, you can always click on the link in the pinned comment, go to my throne, either... give to the fund that I have there or to any of the other things on that site. Again, I appreciate all help that I can get, and make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already.
Leave stains. You say, oh, well, stains might not survive in the Great Pyramid. People have been in and out of it for thousands of years. Bullshit. We have stains in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramids. They've been studied intensively by Mark Lehner.
Yeah. Because they used wood from that comes from trees that have resins on them.
And in fact,
I actually had this issue with my desk when I first got it, that they had just put the anyway, it doesn't really matter.
They show up across the roof of the granite ceiling, and what these are is this is the impression left from the resin from wooden beams that were there. They've been mapped out very closely by Mark Lehner, and they actually match with other physical evidence. For example, the great crack that goes through.
Yeah, right there. So you see the great crack right there, and that they fixed with mortar in ancient Egypt. Like, this is what doesn't make any sense, okay? If you were to build this pyramid with hyper, super, whatever, alien technology, right? The space Jesuits. Why would you build in this way, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Look, I know I'm going to get a lot of comments here, but don't argue with me about this topic. I'm focusing here on what's under the pyramids rather than what's inside them. Instead, go watch that video. Comment on it if you want to understand the actual evidence for the function of the Great Pyramid, as well as when it was constructed. Because we have multiple lines.
Yeah, okay. So, Petrie, who was kind of the person that made Egyptology into what it is now, Flinders Petrie, one of the things that even he said is that he knows that the sarcophagus, right, that is in the king's chamber, him knowing the measurements of the different passageways, evidence the fact that there's no way that they could have brought in the sarcophagus after the fact, because the shafts to get there, right, the walk where you have to walk to, are too narrow for a huge granite sarcophagus to be moved through them. So therefore, he knows, right, he could deduce that, therefore, we know it's a tomb because they built it with the sarcophagus in mind, because they put the sarcophagus in before they finished constructing the shafts that you have to go up and down to go to the two different chambers. So
of evidence, radiocarbon dates, textual sources, archaeological artifacts, all that clearly demonstrate it was built by the Old Kingdom Egyptians.
Yeah, I mean, like this right here, it says Khufu's, like, this means, I believe this is from the Red Sea Scrolls, and this says, like, for Khufu's pyramid, like, they even have the little thing for pyramid, and they would also use that for tomb as well, so.
As a tomb for their pharaoh Khufu. And guess what? A new paper was just published recently this year about C14 dates in ancient Egypt, Old Kingdom Egypt, confirming yet again the ages of the pyramids and other sites across the country. A wide range of...
Also, there are very few archaeological sites like the pyramids at Giza that have been worked on like consistently as much as they have. Like, there's always something happening at the pyramids, right? There's always some thing going on, right? The only other thing I can think of that's similar to that would be something like biblical archaeology, but even that is relatively newer as a field. I mean, generally speaking, I mean, Egyptology sort of has technically a longer scope. Some people would talk about like the Rosetta Stone and stuff like that, and some people even talk about how there were Egyptological sort of things that happened even during the Abbasid Caliphate, for example. But, you know, just to sort of bring things back, regardless of however we date that, like, there are very few sites about whom we know more about than the pyramids, because they're studied so in depth and so well by so many different specialists.
Different sorts of evidence that all lines up to create a cohesive story. So furthermore, just to be clear here, when it comes to power generation, despite what you may have heard from online fake archaeology grifters, neither water nor granite are good conductors of electricity.
Yeah, granite is not a good conductor of electricity. I mean,
the Egyptians had copper, but did not use it as a conductor.
They used it. They used copper hand tools in order to carve things. Like, people could, in fact, people have found. I think this was at the pyramids too. Like, they found. I know that they found metal in the pyramid. I do remember that. But if I remember correctly, there was another, maybe it wasn't at the pyramids of Giza, but somewhere, where they actually found, like, the tools intact, somewhat. And it's like, you can easily see how this was used, right? Because they're similar even to the tools today. It's like how woodworking tools, right, with the exception of the kind that now exist that are, like, mechanized, right? Like, a lot of the tools, particularly for hand carving, has been the same for a long time. So when you see the changes as has gone along when it comes to wood carving, you can also see the development of different techniques as well. So,
interestingly, Biondi's explanation here about power generation still sidesteps the earlier claims that Jesse was so fascinated about, that water somehow transmitted information. Whatever the heck that means. He never explains it.
I have no idea what that means.
It is all a real jumble, and I'm sorry.
Like, again, this goes back to the... If water contained information, whatever that even means, I don't even know.
Sorry, I need another drink. I don't know what to say. You're driving me to drink, Filippo Biondi. So, okay. As we dive in, it's clear that we have two very big pieces of scientific evidence that debunk the idea that these supposed megastructures represent an underground city where people were living.
Yeah, I mean, again, just the idea, like, okay, if you said there was a structure, right, like, oh, there's something there that's buried, that blah, 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 okay, fine, whatever, that's still implausible. But saying there's a city, like, the more you scale up these things, the less credulous they are, like, less credible they are to me, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Why build a city when it's over 60 degrees centigrade? In a place that's also not exactly known for it being, right, like, cool, right?
It's so deep underground, it would simply be way too hot for humans to live, and it would be underwater. So, This is what we call the known. We understand the archaeology, the geology, and the hydrology of Giza. And the extraordinary claims here seem implausible at best. So let's go dive into that water. Let's dive into the unknown. Let's look at the extraordinary evidence that the Khafre team presents in order to make their extraordinary claims. So let's talk about synthetic aperture radar, because the methods that Dr. Filippo Biondi used to supposedly detect these 2-kilometer deep megastructures under the pyramids of Giza is...
Also, one of the reasons why I'm not just watching the American Alchemist or American Alchemy podcast directly, but rather through Flint's, is because when it comes to the things that I am not very knowledgeable in, I would rather have someone whose expertise is in the field, right, be able to also indicate, right, like, oh, this is wrong and these are these reasons why. Because, again, this is what's very important, why this is, to do. Because I wouldn't know any of these specific things, right, about these specific techniques that they are using and the range that they can be used for. So,
something called synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. Now, the first half of that phrase, synthetic aperture radar, or SAR, it's actually a well-established technique that has been used by archaeologists and other surveyors for decades. Decades. It's a really well-established technique.
Oh, Ostia Portus. This is right by the airport in Rome, Fiumicino. This is where the Isola Sacra is, and this is where the port for the Romans, for the city of Rome. This was like the entrance to the Tiber River. And so a lot of people, right, they look at the ruins in Rome, right, the Roman Forum. But if you go here to Ostia, and you go to Isola Sacra, you actually can see a lot of very, I would say rather underappreciated ruins, Roman ruins as well. So
earlier this year, I spoke with Dr. Sarah Parkak, an expert in these methods and the author of the textbook Satellite Remote Sensing in Archaeology.
Oh, I like that little
pyramid. So if there's anybody that can speak to these methods, she's one.
Oh yeah, like she's literally the expert on satellite. Okay, literally wrote the book, the book. That's great. That's great. You also don't want to give them a click. That's true. That's true. Hello. They knew how to make fine copper and gold. Right, exactly. They used it for jewelry. Well, if they had knowledge of electromagnetism, they would have found an induction generator motor, right? It could be like Spice and Dune. True. If water collects and transfers information, was water used to communicate ancient Egyptian memes? That's true, right? Like, are there memes that we don't know about because they're underwater?
Ultimately have to be really critical of all the technologies we use, because as I said before, sometimes they don't work, and sometimes multiple sensors will show what's there, give additional insights. So SAR data, any kind of radar data, is really useful and helpful for all the work that we want to do. So there are different kinds of synthetic aperture radar data sets, and it's different than active satellites in that there are radio waves that are sent down from the actual satellites, and there are different wavelengths.
Okay, this is very interesting. So, this is the visible spectrum, obviously. But this is so cool to actually be able to see this. So these would be the microwaves right here. Ultraviolet, visible, and near infrared.
That penetrate the ground or have different responses. So the L is the shortest, and that tends to have the best resolution, and the other wavelengths, so there's C and there's M, they're longer. And what this is super useful for is looking at like geological fracturing. So it's really important. So for example, if you're a geologist and you're interested in terrain mapping, where there are different deposits, so this shows you different parts of the light spectrum and where different bands of information are located. It can be really helpful. So yeah, that image showing the trees. So the big challenge with radar imagery is noise. It's very fiddly. Of all the satellite data sets that I have worked with over the years, I have struggled the most with SAR data or radar set data. It's just because radio, right? There's radio waves, there's speckles, it's hitting. Anytime you're dealing with active satellites, it's hitting lots of features. So trees, ground cover, buildings, whatever is there. And what the satellites, what it's doing is you're sending the radio wave down, and it's measuring the bounce back at different rates, densities. So for example, if there's something just under the ground, I'll try to angle my, maybe it goes here and then bounces back versus the others that are bouncing here. Okay, so there's something unknown, maybe. But it can only see up to a depth, the L band can only see up to a depth of 2 meters. And that is in
she didn't mention it, but longer wavelengths
like perfect. So for example,
deeper,
let's just say that there's a 2 million year old riverbed buried beneath a desert like the Western Sahara of Egypt. Radar data has been used to map old river courses buried beneath sand, which is great, right? You have sand and then you have rock, and it's seeing through the sand, maybe a bit deeper, but again, there's no interference, there's no buildings, there's no wires, there's nothing, and it's dry. Versus a site like Giza, or any site that's next to more modern sites. Giza is dense rock. And we also have to look at the resolution, right? Resolution plus noise, and it's easy. It is so easy to overinterpret satellite imagery. Guilty as charged, Your Honor. I have done this before. I have gotten things wrong. So for all the guys out there who are like, yeah, but we looked at this thing and you were wrong, I admit.
Look, see, this is another thing too. This is how academics do actually think about things. There are stuff that, hey, you can overinterpret things. This is why, again, you do read books by experts, or you do consult with people, or you do speak with people that, are more into the field, or are, precisely because of that, right? And even then, you can still get things incorrect, but this is more typical. It's like a typical academic conversation, precisely because it's people acknowledging the fact that, we could get stuff wrong. We could overinterpret things, right? Even when it comes to something as, from the outside in, can seem very exact, or, can come across as very exact, right?
I've been wrong. This is what science is. We test, we get wrong, we go to the field, it happens, we own it, we write papers about it, and then we keep pushing ahead. That's good science.
Exactly. And that's also, again, you can also apply this in a similar, related way to other fields, right? Other disciplines. Right. But that's interesting though. Here you can't really see this as being the city, but here you can see all of this.
But to do something and then almost willfully misinterpret it, I could get any satellite imagery to look almost any way I wanted with enough manipulation. I am that good at it, and it scares me, because that's why I'm so careful. I never misinterpret. Because you calculate things with the software, with wing pixels, you don't see anything there, but trust me, it's there, right? Because it's the guy.
Wait, who is this? Space-based archaeology is going to completely ruin all of the hard work done by the deep state to cover up our true history? What does that even mean? What deep state? Why would anyone want to quote-unquote hide our true history? Ah, yes, the history that we had microwave ovens 5,000 years ago. Mm-hmm.
Eyes of the expert. So I think that's what these guys, they've done. They've willfully misinterpreted the data. And the satellite imagery, SAR data can't see through rock. Period.
Yeah. So look, there's...
Look, if the person that wrote the book in the field, right, that has had to consult with other people when writing that book, right, and the book has to go through peer review, etc., is saying what you're saying can see under beyond rock, can't actually look beyond solid bedrock for over almost 2 kilometers. I don't know who to believe. I don't know.
Several important points here. SAR data relates to the reflection of radio waves from the Earth back to the moving satellite. It's data that is collected about distance and angles, while the images themselves are created by the researchers. So the images that you see are not data, but rather an interpretation of that data. So, to better understand these methods, I also spoke with Dr. Larry Conyers, a specialist in mapping underground using...
Oh, cool. So, again, another person that wrote one of the books. This actually looks kind of like a video game, like an older, 90s video game. This is kind of how it looked. I don't know why it's making me think of, I can't remember what it is, but I remember there's a game that it kind of has this aesthetic. Ground-penetrating radar for archaeology.
Radar. And he pretty much agreed with Sarah here, adding a bit of nuance and detail to how radar can and cannot map underground. That's what Sarah had to say. She thinks that they're willfully misinterpreting the data, essentially. And
oh yeah, that's right. He was one of the reviewers on the group of peer. He was one of the peer reviewers for the article that got published, right? So
obviously using these fancy things like synthetic aperture radar, which cannot see through rock, and then claiming that they can see down 2 kilometers. What's your take on that?
Radar can't see. Well, radar can see a little ways through rock, but if you look at the type of material that those pyramids are built out of, and what the ground is like on the Giza Plateau, and And I've looked at other data that people have collected using ground-penetrating radar on the Giza Plateau, using a variety of frequencies of radar, and they're really lucky to get 2 meters of energy penetration or so. All of a sudden, you're up against the constraint in radar, and that is electrical conductivity. And as soon as you have any kind of ground that has electrical conductivity, that radar energy, which is electromagnetic energy, there's 2 waves that move in unison and propagate and build upon themselves and keep the propagation going, which is the electrical and the magnetic wave. As soon as you take the electrical wave of an electromagnetic energy and conduct it away into the ground, you have attenuation. And I don't care what kind of frequency you try to put in the ground, it's still electromagnetic energy, and you might be able to get a little bit deeper with lower frequency energy, but you're still going to run up against that brick wall of attenuation.
I mean, literally, you're going to run into that brick wall. Literally run into a brick wall. There's a prominent neo-Nazi conspiracy theory involved here, and that poster is 100%... Wait, which... Oh, that poster? What poster? Oh, you mean the Twitter poster? I see. They don't want us to know that we're Lemurians searching for our lost Atlantis. Oh my gosh. But did that woman get the clique of her friends and indentured? Oh my gosh, to review her. Oh my gosh. Maybe the deep state is living underneath the pyramids and are freeloading off of us. Yeah, like, you know, like, obviously, that they want to live in 60-degree heat, like...
And
60 degrees
what
Celsius.
exactly it would be within the pyramid is probably maybe 3 meters, maybe 4 meters or so. But to get around that in the paper, if you read the paper, they go through all kinds of...
I mean, again, I went down 78 meters into the ground. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very much, Talorx. Thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everyone. I am Shakespeare. If you would like to, you're more than welcome to join us as we talk about pseudo-archaeology stuff, pseudo-science stuff, actually listening to experts as they debunk this and stuff like that. Right now we're currently going into about the Great Pyramid of Giza. So make sure you follow. And yeah, if I could have a mod shout out Talorx, that would be wonderful.
Of jargon, like Doppler effect and things like that. And I read that and I thought to myself, what in the world are you talking about? Don't try to play these jargon games with me on Doppler effect with regards to electromagnetic energy. I just thought you can have all the Doppler effect in the world, but if you've got electromagnetic energy going into anything, whether it's rock or ground, it's going to attenuate, and it's going to attenuate at some measurable distance. And I don't care how much Doppler effect you can try to throw at it, that's what you're stuck with. So that's the long and the short of it.
So, all right, that gives us a sense of traditional SAR data.
Yeah, like that's the thing is once you start to get like all of the like, this is the thing. Like, yeah, there's gonna be some jargon that maybe you have to use initially, but you still have to break it down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna talk about like the Oedipal triangle or something like that. You know, like, you have to explain what you mean. You have to explain what you mean by striated space.
But the issue here is that...
Yeah, charlatans hate it when academics do their due diligence when wrong. Yeah, exactly. Also, thank you so much, Twitch. Sorry, Twitch chat has been kind of like holding it back. I remember one duder who spent a year learning to cut bronze gears by hand just to shut people up if it could be done with hand tools. That's true. This is an actual disciplinary approach, right? Yes, I am streaming again. Hello, Cat. It's so good to see you. Thank you. Happy Passover. Happy Passover to all who celebrate. I swear this dude is going to try to convince us that the pyramids would also preserve the sharpness of razors. Wait, why is Joe Rogan talking about the Queen's shaft? Right. Dear Rando, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Well, you know, don't tell that to...
Yandi claims to be using a new unproven method that uses SAR data to detect vibrations, the Doppler tomography part of the method that he claims to use. So this method was sort of published in 2022.
The deep state would be living under the pyramid.
Though it was not presenting anything as extraordinary as its ability to map kilometers under the Earth.
The
A
Doppler
lot of
effect
people
will not
online
help you
think
map
that this
anything
paper
right.
actually proves that there's these coils and stuff. It doesn't discuss them at all. I've read it 3 times. Instead, in this paper, Filippo Biondi and Karada Malanga, they claimed that they could use it to map a few dozen meters within the Great Pyramid itself. So the internal structure of the pyramid, not underneath it. What's really relevant here is that Dr. Conyers, Larry, was one of the reviewers for this published paper. Here's what he had to say about his experience reviewing it.
Yeah, so I was one of the original reviewers of the article that was published in 2022, I think, something about like that. And having been a editor of a peer-reviewed journal for 18 years, I always try to be nice because you don't want to alienate any potential writers or scientists who you might want to rely on later on. And so
Well, not only that, but another thing too is like, you know, I can explain the Doppler effect to a child, but SUDs are not in the business of teaching, they're in the business of obscuring BS of jargon. Look, I'm just going to say, like, when it came to that one guy, what's his name? The guy that he said, I'm not actually a professor. People just call me that, but it's like, it's his channel title, Professor Jang or whatever. I think it's Jang, right? Jang. Let me check. I don't want to get it wrong. Yeah. Jang. Okay. Every single time that he talks, he has to introduce like new jargon to the point where I'm like, I don't even know what subject you're talking about, bro. Like, I don't like, and then, you know, he is the person that would literally start talking about the space Jesuits. You know what I mean? Like I was saying that to be funny earlier, but it's like, literally, like the space Jesuits, you know? Professor, I wish his name was, I mean, yeah, he's full of BS too, yeah. Yeah, I mean, as soon as people start talking about geopolitics and they start to, one predictive history, the idea of that is like, the way how you test whether your hypothesis about history is to project it into the future, but like, what, this doesn't make any sense. That's not how a historian works. Like, that's literally like the work of a soothsayer, of a clairvoyant, of a astrologer. But another reason why, like, even when I've had to read peer work, right, like for review and for academic review, like, it's another thing too is you also want to not be overly, you know, demanding of the text, because you don't know if maybe you want to be able to give it some, to be generous to some extent, right? You want to be able to say maybe, right, like if it makes its argument correctly, right, if it does it well, and it presents its facts, right, if it presents the things, if it cites the right sources, if it, you know, blah blah, all these things, right, if it does that, then there's an inclination to say yes, like, yeah, like this should be something that people contend with, right? This should be in the journal, so that way people can read it and understand it, and, you know, if they find issues with it, then they can write their own paper, right? And that's kind of how that works. Like, it people are not just there, although there is always that joke about reader 2, right? That reader 2 always says no, right? That reader 2 always says, you know, reject out of hand. But there is also this view, right, that we also want to encourage people to try new ideas, to try new things. And it's to give that little bit of leeway to our colleagues, right? Precisely because they're our colleagues, right? Like, you can't be overly demanding of something to the point where you just say no every single time, right? Obviously, that's up to an extent, right? But even when I've had to peer review things, right? Like, there were times when, you know, I've had to go into stuff like where they were clearly did not understand, like, the history of the Spanish colonization, right? Or were using 19th century sources as if that was the latest research. And it's like, no, you can't do that. You have to read what's the latest research. You have to be in conversation with your fellow academics, with your fellow historians on this subject. And so I rejected it because of things like that, right? It's different if they take those sources and are critical of them, but they still have to show right? That they're engaging with the conversation as it's happening now with everything that we know in the 21st century, right? And so it's things like that that, again, you do give some leeway, but it's not, you know, is a joke name, the Professor Jihad.
I feel
I like
bad
that. I like
because
that.
I looked at that article and I wrote back to the editor of the journal and I said, this is a really interesting concept.
Professor
and
Jang
I'd
is
like
a
to
fraud,
see
talks about
it
game
done,
theory, but
and
hasn't mentioned Five Nights at
methodologically,
Freddy's
it
even
would be
once.
interesting, but they have tried to baffle me with equations, and if you've read that...
Okay, this is another thing too, where people like the idea that like, lots of math, and I remember watching a video, and I've also like spoken with people where they also try to do this with like lots of tables, like especially when I used to work in economic history, you know, you have to construct a lot of tables, lots of charts, but when you overly do it, then it feels like you're doing it, you know, because there's something missing in your actual analysis, right? Like, you don't need all of these formulae, you don't need all of these charts. You know, you should be selective in them, right? You should only have what is absolutely necessary to further your argument. You don't just add in formulae like nothing, right? You know, like this is the 5 peso store, you know what I mean? Like,
that original article, it's about, I forget how many pages long it is, but half of the pages are these indecipherable equations.
Yeah, like, see, like, if someone were to turn in a journal to say let's just say the Journal of Mexican History, let's just say that that's a journal, right? And I get it, and half of it is charts. Like, unless there's a specific reason why you need that many charts, right? Which you should elaborate, right? And it's made clear to me, the reader. It's very difficult for me to say that, yes, this should be considered for publication. Like, no, this needs major revisions, right? Like, and if someone who knows, right, this stuff quite well. This reminded me of how Dr. Rashad Ritchie writing a book on how ancient Egyptians knew quantum field theory and string theory. What? I've never heard of that. The more math, the more smart. Yeah, like there's this view that like, mathematics is somehow like more true than history, I guess. I don't know, than words. And it's like, it's just another way of representing, you know, something.
And my experience has been that whenever anybody throws equations at you, they're trying to baffle you with you know what. And so I wrote back to the editor of the journal and I said, well, I approve of what they're attempting to do, but I can't possibly approve that you publish this until you get a reviewer that can dig into all of that.
See exactly what Larry said. Oh, I approve of what they're doing, right? Because they're trying to push a frontier, right? They're trying to do something that is novel in this field. However, I don't know how to decipher these equations, which make up half of their article, right? Same thing with something like me. If they're talking about if this is supposed to be for Mexican history, and they're over here talking about the Bahamas, right? I would say, well, even if, generally speaking, even if their article is about Mexican history, I still would want someone to be there that understands the history of the Bahamas, right? The history of the Caribbean, right? Blah, blah, blah. Like, all these different things, right? Like, there needs to be someone else reading this because I don't know the history of the Bahamas, right? That's not something I don't have subject matter expertise on. So if someone's giving me all these charts and all these figures, oh, thank you so much. Yes, everyone, make sure to hydrate. Like if there's stuff I don't know about, I mean, I would hope that there's a reviewer, right? Or otherwise ask the editors or the person for the review editor, right? To make sure that, I can vouch for, I've read the part where it's germane to Mexico or to whatever, right? But after this point, the reviewer whose expertise is in the Bahamas or the British, the British, Caribbean and Atlantic possessions, right? They need to look over this, because I don't know if what these charts are trying to show me or what these tables are showing are accurate, right? I don't know. I don't know if these are the right scholars that you have to be citing, right? Necessarily speaking, right? So
that they presented and let you valid or not.
Hello,
and I left it
Marilyn.
at that.
It's good to see
and
you.
then I didn't even give it a thought. I just thought, well, I've done my duty as a peer reviewer. And then lo and behold, last year this comes out, and I just go, whoa, what is going on here? And of course, what happened was the reviewer could have cared less what my comments were. And at that time, I looked into this journal, and they're one of thousands of journals that are out there right now that claim to be peer reviewed, and they're in it for money and profit, and they make a lot of money doing this and publishing articles for people who want to be published in peer reviewed journals, and I'm not sure the editors really care about.
Yeah, this is the reason why there should be no paywalls for academic for scholarship. There just should not be, because it should never be lucrative, right, to access knowledge. That's my personal opinion, right? I think, to me, hey, if people want to learn stuff, if people want access to stuff, we should be wanting open access to be the standard, right? At least in the most generalized sense of that term, right? It reminds me when I read an entire research report on astral projection and the use for remote viewing, the Stargate project for the CIA. They forced an interpretation using quantum mechanics and started making assumptions about bipolar differences in the brain, types of meditation, and so on. All of that only to end up with no conclusive results. That's where the tax money went. Oh my gosh. Oh, I remember that there was someone that was talking about that, saying that they had done it, that the Soviets had been able to do remote viewing. And so that's what the CIA was trying to do as well. But, I mean, when the archives of the Soviet Union were opened up in 1989, the people could have looked that up, and as far as I know, but I don't know if the KGB or those archives were opened up. I'm not quite too sure, but I know that the General Archive, the Federal Archive of this, what is now called, I believe, the Federal Archive of the Russian Federal, or whatever, the General Archive of the Federal. But yeah,
the quality that's there,
and yeah, like this is something that can affect quality. Like, pay to publish is a horrible thing, because it takes away from. We can blame Descartes for this. Yeah, for Descartes for this. Right. With 4 parameters, I can fit an elephant, and with 5, I can make him wiggle his trunk. Von Neumann. Yeah, exactly. Dr. Rishi's pseudoscience book. Oh my gosh, I would click on it, but.
I think it's MDPI that's doing it, and so they're known as like a predatory journal company. So I mean, this has a lot of lessons here.
And yes, it's predatory, right? Because the academic world becomes so even grad students have to publish, right? And it's like, instead of focusing on their education and trying to work on their dissertation, right, instead they have to focus on getting out a journal article or 2 before they graduate, right? So that way they're competitive for a job. But then now that's become the standard, right? At least in the United States, as far as I know, right? I mean, at least in the United States, it's a bit different in Europe, but still. And so that pressure to publish means that then things like pay to publish predatory journals exist, and that's why there's a lot of scams of this stuff, and a lot of people suffer because of this, because it's like there's a demand. There's one, academics, scholars, we're supposed to be adding to a body of knowledge, right? When we make an innovation or we want to make a contribution, but it comes at a cost, literally and figuratively, when it leads to these predatory journals that then, cause harm further down.
About peer review and about issues with publication in today's world, where there's a lot of profit to be had.
Exactly.
And obviously about kind of how to get your information out there. You pay the journal enough, they'll publish your paper. And it's pretty clear that even this original paper that has been published through peer review, apparently, it's not actually done much to convince experts in the field that these methods work. It hasn't even convinced the people who reviewed the damn paper. So they make this
to have a reviewer say, I like the idea, but I don't understand this like all of the stuff that they're using to sort of prove their point. That says a lot, right? Like if those, like, they are fluffing up, right? They are padding the article with those equations. Half of the article is equations, right? As you said, that doesn't bode well, right? Like that doesn't make any sense, considering they're supposed to be showcasing that their methodology, or that their methods that they're utilizing can be used for what they're talking about. I don't think they need to necessarily show all of those equations, but they also, what is the justification for that? It just doesn't make any sense.
Extraordinary claim within the paper that this method can map out structures inside the pyramid with millimeter precision, which is just...
Oh, they said that? No. Okay. No, we saw the images of the stuff that they took earlier. That was not millimeter precision. I'm sorry. Like, look. That was not millimeter precision. Okay. That was not millimeter precision. That was not even yard precision. That was not meter precision. In physics, I agree with the importance of publishing, at least on paper, during the PhD, because researchers need to learn this vital aspect. No, yeah, I think that it's important that people publish, but the pressure to publish, right, becomes so overbearing that then it leads to those things, right? Like, it should be something that scholars, as they're working through the research, right, like myself, yeah, I published when I was doing my PhD, but that's because, right, like, I was already doing archival work, right, stuff that eventually led to my dissertation. And that should, I feel like it should be a natural outgrowth. Like, it shouldn't be something that people feel pressured into doing, right, enjoined into doing, in a way, right, that makes them kind of derail the work that they would to otherwise do it. But I agree that the over-reliance on metrics is toxic, at least about it. Right. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. I'm just saying, before, it was seen as a important achievement for a budding scholar, right, to contribute to the conversations, right, in their field. But now, because it's sort of enforced in a way, right, by this idea that, oh, you won't be able to get a good job unless you do this, is that then it puts all of this pressure that can lead to a lot of that toxicity, right, that arises. At least that's from my, from what I see, like the pressure on grad students, because, ideally they would take stuff that would become their dissertation and publish that, so that way it gets peer reviewed, but also so that they can tighten their argument for what will eventually be their dissertation, or even after, and then after the dissertation, that's another thing. People take chapters of the dissertation and make them into articles, right? That's very common. So,
it's not demonstrated from the images that they produce.
Capitalism for that too.
I discussed this topic earlier with Archeomila. Let's dive in. Let's look at some of the images from the paper and see if they match this millimeter precision that they're claiming.
At the same time, they saw something else, and they could describe.
I was about to say, when I saw the little outline, the thing it just showed, I was like, what is that? Like,
describe it in millimeter precision, like almost like the.
Wait, this is okay. I'm sorry, this is not millimeter precision. Like, if I were to just look at the right-hand side of the tomographic imaging, I would not know that is the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The same thing with C, really even with B, I couldn't tell that that's the King's Chamber. Like, C, I don't even know what that is. It literally looks like the weather. You know, like when they're reporting the weather, and this is like a thunderstorm? Like, that's what it looks like to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. The pressure also leads to some scientists to publish papers that serve corporate interests, for which they are well compensated. I mean, there's that too, right? Yeah. Like, which is something that, like, in some journals, right, particularly scientific journals, you do have to disclose, right? Like, that's something that's part of when you read it, right? They will talk about their disclosure. That might not necessarily be the case in other journals, right? Depending on what field you're in, right? It's like, yeah, when you sign the, whatever to publish, or what, whatever, however they go about their, their publishing, for articles, sure, that's something that they might not necessarily feel the need. They might not have you disclose it and it'd be public, right? And this is another thing. This is why I think with like the big history journals, I think it actually would be important for them to talk about possible conflicts of interest, because even with history, right, as we know, history is history is political by definition, I would say. So, I would say that that's one of the things that like science journals, or the journals of the sciences, I should say, right, do have some mechanisms, right, to make that more apparent. Where in the humanities, particularly, or at least in my experience, history, they don't necessarily have to say, oh, this person was allowed to do this research project. Another thing is too is that like the places that fund a lot of history research, some of them do have, right, they do want, look, I've looked at applications, like when I've been applying for like academic jobs, right, there are universities out there that say like you have to accept the gospel of Jesus Christ to work here. You know what I mean? And it's like when they fund their history stuff, like they're historians, right? They're people that have done, right, that you have to consider, right? Not necessarily because the historian is Christian. There are many Christian historians, but rather when they're getting paid from a creationist institution, right, to prove that like Noah's flood was real, right? Like you never know.
You know what I mean? And that's what they saw. That's the tomography, and on the right, and on the left part of this page, you can see the tomography overlapped to a section of the pyramid of Khufu.
Which can I just make it, just looking at these images, to claim millimeter precision is this.
Like, I'm sorry, I cannot tell this is a pyramid. Also, height, okay. Height? Okay.
Silliest thing in the world. This is so blurry. It is clearly not millimeter level precision.
Again, I'm just covering up this part of my screen that has, right? I cannot tell that's a pyramid. Like, it actually looks like a person. It kind of looks like Laura Croft, right? Like, if you look at, like, can you see that too? Like, these are the shorts. This is her head up here, right? She's about to throw a grappling hook or something. That's what it looks like to me. It looks either like a thunderstorm or Laura Croft. Like the Tomb Raider, which actually makes a lot of sense. To work as a physicist for the Vatican, you also need to sign a paper saying you believe in God and Catholic doctrines. Right, exactly. And it's like, there's one thing that people might have to do that because, they need a job, which I totally understand, right? Sometimes people have to say, yeah, sure, because they need a job. But there's also the fact that a lot of work, right, is funded by people, for example, like by the Church of Latter-day Saints, right? And they want this is particularly when it comes to Mesoamerica, right? Like, they want to say that the Lamanites, right, were the indigenous Americans, right? And so there's a problem if they already have a conclusion and are just trying to find evidence to prove their conclusion. That's not how you're supposed to do research. You're supposed to do the research and then come to a conclusion, not have a conclusion and then do the research, right? It's one thing to have a hypothesis. It's a different thing to have a, full couple-on conclusion. I'm not a historian, but what I know is that good history never gives direct answers which is what political pundits want. Right, it's because it's always so much more complex, right? This is why, like, when people ask me questions about things that are not in my particular domain of history, right? Like, that is to say, and I only say domain because I mean cultural history, right? If it's something about war history, right? That's something I don't know all of the different calibers of this and, the rifling of that. Like, I don't know those specifics, right? That's something that a lot of war historians do know, right? They know about specific battles, about specific tools that were employed, right? Even when it comes to firearms. Whereas for me, it's like I'm looking at, okay, what were the intellectual conversations happening at the time, right? That this person is engaging with, right? Who are they writing letters to, right? What school did they attend? Blah, 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 right? How, like, what are they teaching at the school, right? What was their curriculum? right? I know a war historian doesn't necessarily know what is being taught at the Pontifical University of Mexico, right, which is now UNAM, right? So it's, you know, it's going back and forth between those things, right?
Like, it's nowhere near, even if certain aspects line up, this passageway right here, right? It doesn't even line up that accurately. You can see all kinds of problems with it.
Also, why does it only register this one part of the pyramid like this? As like, and why is this Laura Croft? Like, I don't get, like, where Laura Croft's leg is, where it goes down, that's the water table. So, again, it's bedrock, water, and then the pyramid. So, I don't know.
And to claim that these relieving chambers, this is the actual image, where are they at millimeter level precision?
Again, like, blocking off the part of my screen. I only have one screen, so I apologize for chat that I have to, like, jump between chats. I only have one screen. I know I need to, you know, once I'm a bit more... right now there's a lot of things happening, a lot of, you know, juggling a lot of things right now, so it's a little bit, you know... I cannot tell that that's the relieving chambers. Like, if I cover up that part of the screen, it looks like the weather to me. Like, it doesn't look, that is to say, it looks indefinite. Literally nebulous, right? In both senses of that word, right? Literally like clouds and you know, unclear. Kind of off topic, but a friend of mine of Mexico took science classes with Scheinbaum's mother. Ah, okay. That's cool. She was one of those academics that actually took to the streets in Mexico City. He's from the UNAM. Ah, okay. Yeah, from UNAM, yeah. That actually took to the streets in '68, you know, for the protests. When they invaded UNAM University.
Like, fuck me, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Che cazzo!
Don't say these bad words. Come on.
Yeah. È vero. Il cazzo.
No, frega un cazzo. Come on, non me ne frega un cazzo.
Me ne frega un cazzo. But yes. You're right. I wonder how they could describe.
Non posso credere che questa cazzo.
Right. So, with that precision, what they saw from these tomographies, because that's absolutely that's all they got. That's all they got from
Wait, this is all they got? Oh my god. Okay, look, I am not an expert in this. Right, we've seen the experts, right, that Flint has spoken to before. I'm not an expert. I don't know how many equations it would take to make the Laura Croft on the right look like the pyramid on the left. I just don't see it. What am I supposed to? I don't know. Like the stuff on the right is supposed to be their super millimeter precision spectrometry. Like, I don't even know. Like, they're saying that they can look into the rock up to a
methodology. And also the reviewer, one of the reviewers in particular, he said that he had the impression, and you can see it, that they stretched the tomography in order to be able to overlap it with something, because you don't have units.
Oh. See, this is something that people that want to claim that, like, the pyramids or these archaeological sites are positioned in a way that makes this shape, right, that you could only see from space or whatever, right? Because people do this with Mesoamerican sites, but they typically do this with, like, the pyramids or places in the Middle East, you know, much more. There's just a longer history of that. Is that they will say this, they will do this, is that they will stretch out whatever they're looking at and say, oh, well, you know, and sometimes they will even claim that there are, you know, because it's true, right? There's archaeologists working on other sites that could be nearby, that maybe were built hundreds of years after, hundreds of years before, were already gone by the time the people that they're talking about supposedly had it as a beacon that they had to make out of stone to the aliens who have advanced technology and microwaves. And this is an issue because, like, there's some interesting work that's talking about, like, the Spanish encounter, right, with these spaces, right, like Teotihuacan, Tenochtitlan, right? Tzintzuntzan, right? Palenque, right? Oaxaca, right? Like all of these places, right? That now people want to be like, it was aliens, right? Or whatever. It was aliens, or it was the space Jesuits, right? The space Jesuits are putting things in the water to make everybody Mexican. You know what I mean? But in this case, they do exactly this. They try to like stretch everything to be like, well, even though Teotihuacan is way over here, it makes the letter J or whatever. Who knows what the letter Z or who knows, right? If you include this place or that place, and if you just stretch these, it's like, no, it just, if it doesn't work in this particular way. Yes, that's another thing too. There are no scales. That's why earlier I was like, what is azimuth? Like I was like thinking like, what am I looking at? And then it says height, but it had like, I don't know. It's very weird. For their alien tech is so next level that it looks like it was a mistake, but it was really millimeter precision. Right, exactly.
You don't know what kind of units we are talking about. Is it kilometers, meters, grams?
Yeah, they still aren't here really at all for most of these images, do they?
Like, this says height, but it doesn't even say what they're measuring height in. I was going to say that earlier, but I'm like, oh, like, because then I saw this here, I saw 50 meters, so I'm like, oh, maybe it's meters, but I'm like, this is a weird measurement here. Like, what is this, I don't know.
What are we looking at? How big is the tomography? What's the scale of the section of the drawing of the pyramid? We don't know. We don't know how they did.
Also, if their whole thing is that they can do things with such, I mean, trust the guy whose name is literally Flint, right? Flint, and then his dad's name is Boulder, and then Chip, his brother. No, but Flint's cool. I mean, like, if you're in the UK, and he ever gives, like, a public lecture, because that's something academics often will have to do as part of our service requirement, as part of our contracts, definitely go to some of his stuff. I mean, he's done interviews before, but if he ever does, like, he was doing, like, a stream, and I was talking about something I've talked about myself because I find it very important, which is telling people about citizen archaeology, or to get people, because a lot of times people need help with these archaeological digs, and so to have people that are willing to volunteer their time, that are interested, right, that are interested in partaking in an archaeological dig, is something that you can do so for example, the United States National Park Service, which is something I brought up on that stream to someone. But it's things like that, right? Like to try to get more people involved and to actually get to know from experts, right? How to know about stratigraphy and the law of superposition and all these things, right? That are important even for historians, but also just to get, and there are many other things that are done by the UC system, by the Cal State system. I mean, those are the ones I'm most familiar with, right? But I'm sure at other places, community colleges as well, sometimes will do citizen science projects. So I always tell people, like, even here in Mexico, right, like the axolotl, the remaining habitats, the people that preserve those habitats, they need volunteers. And so you're taught about hydrology, you are given an education, right? Obviously it's not going to be super advanced, but you are given education, so that way like, hey, people shouldn't, people need to be careful. Like, they shouldn't be washing their cars with this industrial soap because it gets into the water and can cause, blah, 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 to the axolotls, et cetera, right? So... Some tan pequeños do think the aliens throw away the hurricanes, though. I mean, look, it's Tampico,
Make it work. How they
but hey, millimeter precision. Take my word. Che cazzo! Look, Mila, I'm gonna continue using bad words in Italian because seriously, what the flying fuck are these claims of millimeter precision? What they are is they are bogus.
absolute bogus. And Mila makes a fantastic point that without a scale bar, how do we even know what we're looking at? How do we know at all where things line up, what the units are, whether things have been stretched or not to match? We have no idea. And I want to emphasize these issues also exist, the same issues in the more recent claims made by the Khafra team about the stuff under the pyramids. And notice that none of the images they release includes a scale bar.
Look, if they're doing this at the pyramid, right, that is to say at the pyramid itself, which is, made of layers of, carved stone, how do they expect to go through the bedrock underneath the pyramid? Which doesn't have, right, those gaps, right, that carved stone has between itself and other layers, right? Like, I don't know, that's just something that I'm thinking of. I am not a professional at this, but I'm just thinking, I couldn't tell that was a pyramid, okay? It looked like Laura Croft in the weather, okay? Like,
which is something I chatted about with Larry as well.
What we were all taught in graduate school by our professors is don't even think about putting any kind of an image in anything you want someone to take seriously that doesn't have a scale and doesn't have a north arrow and doesn't have I mean, there is a little bit of a bar over there on the right hand.
Yeah, like, see, this is another thing. Like, even myself, right, when I have to work with photos or art, right, as figures, it's typically how, I have to say what it's titled, who it's by, where I got it from, right? And if I want to depict something like, this is this, right, like, you have to show this, right? This is stuff that even in my, even in coursework, as I've assigned it, you have to have it there, right? Because there are people that students that do different types of history, right? Where things like this, like looking into the soil, right? Like war historians that, oh, well, at this battle site, we found blah, 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 right? And so they need to model that out and how they dug trenches, right? And at the Battle of Chancellorsville or whatever it is, right? It's like, so to not have anything. I've always wanted to know how to properly read academic papers. Oh, well, yeah, I could possibly go over that next stream then. Because that actually sounds like a good thing to impart to people. I'll choose one that's really short, that has a couple figures in it, and I'll see about that. Because lately what I've been reading about is lately I've been working on a new project that right now I'm sort of doing preliminary research in, but it's looking at the beginning of the usage of the term ethnic cleansing and how it had historical antecedents. So,
Inside of whatever that one image that apparently is telling us something about what those colors mean, but what exactly are these values?
Yeah, because I don't even know what that says. Like, even here, because I see superficie 3D migliorata, right? So ameliorated, right, or bettered, right? Superficie, right? But, and I don't even know what these units are for. Like, are these all the same units? Like, I don't even know what this is supposed to be. Like, it makes me feel like I'm taking, like a Rorschach test, right? Exactly, I would give a 0 to that. Yeah, it just makes no sense. Like, even for someone that doesn't like, with economic history, graphs are much more a thing. You still have it in cultural history. It's just different. Like, oh, the amount of sales of a book, or the amount of sales of, or the amount of, reproductions of this piece of art, or the amount of time, blah, 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 right? So, like, we do have to do this. In fact, I actually had to do it for the project I was working on before. Like, I have to put what I'm talking about. Like, otherwise, I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, am I looking at, like, I don't know, like, is this what happens when you take, it's making me, I don't know why, it's making me try to make a joke, but I'm not quite, can't really make it, of the, like, crack an egg, right, on the hot skillet, and, like, this is what your brain is like on drugs or whatever. Like, I'm just like, I don't know what I'm looking at.
You have, and what is on X and what's Y on this.
Entonces, sí hay papers mal escritos. Sí, hay muchos que son mal escritos. Es decir, que hay muchos que, por ejemplo, si es más culto el sujeto en que están platicando, a veces como admiten, ¿verdad? Ensayos que a lo mejor no son lo mejor, pero son algo en ese sujeto. Pero es decir que al mismo tiempo, a veces si no tienen gente que son expertos, especializados en los sujetos de eso, son más generalizados, también a veces pueden dejar cosas como eso pasarse, ¿verdad? Depende del contexto.
2D image. And so that's something I was taught when I was in graduate school is don't even think about telling.
Like, actually, one of the best papers I've ever read was actually denied from being published at Harvard Law School and was then published at Columbia Law School. Oh my god, it's so good. I would have to... It's hard to really get into it because it's actually a very complex topic, but it's essentially theorizing the Nakba as its own legal concept, right? Like as its own concept, right? Like not talking about ethnic concept, but talking about Nakba as its own, having its own unique vocabulary, which is that is very new. But it got rejected from Harvard Law School for reasons, right? This is when the protests were happening, right? The visible protests on campuses, and it was sort of in that atmosphere that it was published in. So
anybody what you've done unless you can at least do those three things.
I can't.
There is an X and a Y. There's X and Y in there, and those are values of some sort.
I mean, like I said, this is screenshots from his presentation.
Profundazza. So profundity, I guess. Intensity. But I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I don't know.
And you can't even read what this is here. It's maybe intensita?
Yeah, I think it's intensita.
That's the only thing I can think of. It's barely legible because it's just a screenshot, and that's all there is for this stuff. And
well, if it is intensity.
But see, I could see why people looking at this and looking at the equations do kind of close it in their minds, like, yes, that's rigor, right? Like, that's scientific rigor because you obviously did the math, right? I mean, isn't that even a saying, right? Like, oh, the math ain't mathing, right? Like, therefore, there must be math that does math, right? And so it's the presumption that, I mean, again, I don't want to overanalyze that phrase, but, that's OMG. These are geodesic and/or military intelligence satellites, so they definitely had the skill. Oh, so they took it off. Okay, so they're literally trying to obfuscate. Okay, so that means, yeah, they are actually trying to obfuscate everything. OMG, in this work, the MM technique is used to perform sonic imaging by processing a single SAR image in the single look complex figuration. It is just interpolation of pixels of one photo. What? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. What they call the Doppler is just a simple convolution of the images with moving rectangles, quote, are generated to estimate the vibrational trend of some pixels of interest. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. And yes, if you'd like to help me out with my research, you can always help me by checking out my throne. There I have books, that I need for my research as it's going on. But also, right now, if you'd like to help me in the other ways, you can too. Death and signal strength. Finally, some context. Yeah.
In Italian, then intensity of what?
Yeah, but it's like, but you have to know Italian. It's like, or at least know a Romance language close enough to Italian, right? Like I happen to know Italian as well, but, like, if you don't know, but I don't even know, it's exactly what Larry's saying. Of what, though,
What?
Yeah.
Intensity of, is this amplitude of waves? Is this intensity is kind of how I feel? Maybe it's all about how I feel. how intense I am.
We are intense right now, that's for sure.
Well, we're having too much fun with this, perhaps. But anyway, let's move on.
I think having fun with it will help people see stuff as well. Good sense of humor helps people.
All right. Let's try.
I am feeling pretty intense right now, I'll tell you that.
That's why all papers must include an English translation. I mean, it's interesting because a lot of papers do actually come with an English. Like, a lot of historical work usually does get published in both languages, like the original language of the scholar and in English. But, like, usually the abstracts are in both languages. Like, almost always I see abstracts in, if they're not originally in English, them having an English language abstract. Like, you see that all the time on, so, yeah, I definitely think that, you know.
Like, this is just bad science. Plain and simple, this is just bad science.
It's really
and
bad
the problem
science
is that nothing beyond
even
this
a
makes any
layperson,
sense to
right?
experts like Larry. Let's see how Larry actually responds in real time to some of the explanations of the methods that Biondi presents to Jesse Michaels recently. Here, let's hear their word salad, how he puts it in a casual way rather than in paper, because it is word salad, like you said.
I have to tell you this that is very important, because initially when we announced this discovery, there was a lot of mess in terms of scientific information. So misunderstanding, a lot of misunderstanding. Synthetic aperture radar cannot penetrate the Earth. So electromagnetic waves has only superficial interaction. According to the Maxwell theory, according to the past physics, classical physics, the interaction of electromagnetic wave is superficial. Maybe you can have a bit of penetration, but very, very few centimeters of penetration.
Oh my gosh, and we've come back to penetration.
In this case, we have developed a new technique, which we are able to detect the superficial vibrations of the Earth. Why?
Zoom in hands, yeah.
Because vibrations penetrates the Earth. It means that photon and phonons, which is the quantum of light, of electromagnetic waves, and the quantum of vibrations, so photon and phonons, are separated by something called boundary. It means that light propagates only in the free space and not in the matter. Phonon propagates only in the matter and not in a free space. So, in order to combine these two, we successfully combined the two information.
Also, Alex, I think is what Flint said was the guy's name, the American Alchemy or whatever it's called, kept going back to that question, like, hey, Filippo, what did you say about water? And then he starts going off into random tangents, like,
given by the photon and by the photon.
which is not a good sign.
Where we have both of them. Try to guess where we have both of them. In the intersection.
At the boundary.
At the boundary, we have the information of the photons and the phonons. We have the interaction of them. And there we were
that's where the water is, right there.
Retrieve the so-called sufficient statistic in order to perform tomographic inversion and so to go deeply inside the Earth. So this is something that we have.
I had forgotten that Alex keeps going but he started doing it right away. Like,
developed 2 years ago, and it is new. And at the beginning, people were not, was something new, so it had to pass some time in order to realize that this was possible.
Is some.
Did that make any sense?
Yeah, and I took notes on that. And he was out of the same place talking about until he got to that part about the boundaries of photons and phonons, and then somehow.
That's why I have to, like, this is one of the reasons why, like, when people say, oh, physical books, whatever, it's like, one of the reasons why is I take a lot of notes. Like, I don't know, I've always taken a lot of notes, but, like, that's why I'm always, like, I always have a notebook somewhere, I always have a pen somewhere. Because I'm always, like, ready to take notes. So, I get that, Larry. I totally get that.
Now, stimulating that using electromagnetic waves, which would create some kind of vibrations of some sort. Like, I'm not sure what the vibrations are that he's talking about. But then using...
let me see here. Let me look at the... do you have the paper? Maybe the scales and units of measurements of the graphs are explained in the text. Bad form either way, but it might be incompetence from the formatting of the rather than obfuscation. Earlier in the video, it does talk about the particular article. I think they might. Wait a minute. And how does radar detect sound again? I really don't know. Is that the PBD chart? Oh my gosh. When we finish up this portion of like going through this, I can go back and we can look at the title. Because I don't know if I can find it just by scanning like their particular article. Maybe I could. Oh. Let's see, where are we now? 5934. This is their article right here. Synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography reveals details of undiscovered high-resolution internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. So, which is in Remote Sensing 2002, Volume 14, number 20. So here's the full thing of the article. There's a DOI too if you want to look it up that way. Let me see if I can find where we were.
The past physics, classical physics, the interaction of electromagnetic wave is superficial.
A little bit.
Maybe you can have a bit of penetration, but very, very. And at the beginning, people were not, was something new, so it had to pass.
Also, like, just because something is new, people might be skeptical because there are already, like, if there's already methods that can do that thing, then yeah, people are going to be skeptical. Another thing too is if you're making very large claims, right? Because that's the thing. They're saying, there's a structure that no one's ever seen before, and only our method can let you see it, right? That's the problem, right? That's the big thing. That this pisses me off. My specialty is the electron-phonon interaction. Phonons are in the infrared region. You can't detect them with radar radio waves. See, for example, Raman spectrography. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm so glad that you're here. You know that this is your field of expertise, because yeah, like, again, if you don't know, right, you wouldn't know. Like you would just completely pass you by. Wait, I think he's back to piezoelectric BS, because it is kind of how piezoelectric materials work, kind of. But the radar for sure doesn't see any of that. Okay.
Some time in order to realize that this was possible.
Did that make any sense?
Yeah, and I took notes on that. And he was out of the same place talking about until he got to that part about the boundaries of photons and phonons, and then somehow stimulating that using electromagnetic waves, which would create some kind of vibrations of some sort. And I'm not sure what the vibrations are that he's talking about, but then using these vibrations to do tomographic inversions. I get that. I understand what that means.
Okay.
But he's taken 3, maybe 4, if I count them up, different variables and 4 different techniques.
Okay,
and one of them is just electromagnetic propagation. Okay, that's all really I was commenting on was the electromagnetic propagation. But he has somehow believed that electromagnetic propagation is creating other vibrations as yet undefined.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is also this boundary of something, and that's light energy. That's what he's actually talking about, is light. And between photons and phonons, and this is a new concept, and people who are smarter than I am in physics, my good friend Emo Trinks at University of Vienna in Austria, studied that in some great detail. And he's got a PhD in physics from Cambridge University, and he went, looked through everything they were saying, just said, this is something that is not possible using all of the fix and everything we've understood about the way light or electromagnetic energy propagates.
So again, that's really important, right? Like, we have a person at the University of Vienna, right, who has their PhD in physics, right? But they're like, there is no way that we can, like, this doesn't work, right? This doesn't work. So.
Oh, look, there you have it. Experts in these fields have devoted a good amount of time to reviewing these methods.
And again, that's something that people do all the time. Like, people in my particular subfields, right? We go over new stuff all the time because something is introduced, new documents, an archive that now is, allowing researchers to look at this, right? So, like, we will go through it. We will, right? There's this new, etc., etc., etc. So it's like, this is why pseudoscientists, pseudo-historians, pseudo-archaeologists in particular, among others, they like to hide, right? They want to obscure as much as possible. Whereas in an academic work, you have to be, it's the exact opposite. You have to be as transparent as possible. Right? You have to be as clear as possible.
Both Dr. Conyers, an expert in radar, and Dr. Trink's a physicist. And these experts say that the methods proposed by Biondi are, quote, just not possible. And let's be double clear.
And again, like, those are two major experts in the field from two different institutions, right, that are looking at it from two different perspectives, right?
Here. If these methods were actually possible, they'd be an absolute game changer and would have a range of uses beyond just archaeology. Filippo Biondi would be a wealthy man by now if his methods worked. Let's hear how he thinks they could be used. He's going to speculate on this a bit.
It can be used for everything, I suppose, for commercial purpose, because when we are able to retrieve the superficial vibration of the earth in order to perform tomography, we can use this technique for mining.
Why? Okay, I get that when you have to present your work, sometimes you do have to, you do have to say, it's application, and a lot of times, or not, I won't say the most of the times, like history maybe it's a bit different, but still, it still does happen where you have to sort of say where, like, this will bring in new, more users to this or whatever. It's a weird thing, though, when, like, the first thing you say is, like, commercial purposes, right? Like, not to look for other places, right? Like, we're not going to use it for archaeology. We're going to use it for crude oil extraction, I don't know.
Maybe for crude oil extraction, maybe for other kind of application that can be useful to humans.
Is it currently used for anything? Like, I've heard that it might be used to map magma chambers and volcanoes.
Yes, it can be used for map the magma chambers.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. Magma chambers inside volcanoes? Considering everything that's going on here and everything that goes on in magma chambers of volcanoes, that seems very highly implausible. I don't know. Like, I'm not an expert at this. You're just thinking about it. And it's like seeing an inert object below bedrock. Okay, fine, whatever. I still am incredulous with that. But a magma chamber in a volcano, I don't know.
The volcanoes, that in my personal opinion is very important to do this type of facilities.
So notice one thing here, as it's going to matter later. Biondi keeps saying maybe. Maybe this might be useful commercially. But in no ways does he say that it has been used in such ways. He only mentions the volcano thing because he's published on it. He is the only one who uses these methods. Nobody else in the world.
See, that's another thing too. If you're the only person that uses these methods. And another thing is, when you're showcasing these methods, you also make it very difficult for people to also take a chance to utilize them, right? And when they read your paper, they can't understand what you're saying about it. It doesn't inspire very good,
Uses synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. Only Filippo Biondi. So, okay then.
Only him.
This technology might be useful in many important contexts. And if so, why has Biondi not published it in more depth or worked to validate it in any scientific way?
See, this is another thing too, is if you have a method or something that's really working, you would publish more, right? Because people would want to know more about it. right? And you would be working on it more, right? Like, this is the same thing, like, when people finally got access to the Soviet archive, during the fall of the Soviet Union, the amount of scholarship that went from, people that worked in Sovietology, right? It's like, it was immense, right? There have been so many books written about the Soviet Union and the history that came into being because of that, right? So it wouldn't make any sense for people to just go there and not do anything with that archive. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to, analogize it with history, but same thing with this method. If it allows you to do this, surely you would want to, do more and showcase it more. And, right, in the same way that the people that had access to this archive or to the archive of the KGB or to the archive of the federal police or whatever it might be, right? In fact, there's one historian that I know of that they actually worked to create an archive. There was not an archive there. They made the archive so that then they could write about the material in the archive. Right? Like, they were writing not only about the documents contained within it they needed for their research, but they also helped create the very space that houses the place where then other people can now do research. Right? That is a huge accomplishment to start to help create an archive where there wasn't one before. Right, and a lot of important work. In fact, a book came out of that. Several articles came out of that, and that's exactly what scholars do. Right, like, I'm thinking of my own work. It's like, yeah, there's stuff that I publish on that it's like you can see that came out of specific things that I was researching at the time.
He's absolutely right that his mess, as he called it, led to a great deal of skepticism by many people, because what he's proposing is something that, as far as any of us can tell, has never actually been proposed, tried on an experimental basis, and shown to actually work. And if this is so earth-shaking, what am I using that word for? But if this is so novel and interesting, then why hasn't somebody published a paper on this transfer of energy from electromagnetics to seismics that creates frequency modulations in a peer-reviewed journal like Nature or Science or Geophysics, or I can name some other top-tier articles? Why is he going to all the trouble to publish it in remote sensing by a Chinese publisher to get the word out? There's an interesting question.
That is an actually...
Okay, the fact that it happens to... anyway. Yes, if you want to publish things that will be read by people in your field, and the way how you get the ability to do more research, to do the things that you want to do, like to use those methods at the Great Pyramids, to do it at other sites, go back Tepe, right, wherever it is. The way you do that is by showcasing that your method works and by writing articles about it, especially if it's so cutting edge and it is proven to work, right? You've demonstrated its utility. To then publish it in journals that have, again, a broad range of people reading it, not the most obscure pigeonholed subject matter journals that turn out to be predatory journals, right? Okay. Okay, let's see here. Okay, well, to all of those of you on Twitch, we're going to head over to Peacefire now. We're going to raid them. Make sure to tell Peacefire Now hello and that I sent you over. Thank you all for joining me for today. I really enjoyed this stream with y'all, and I hope that to have a new stream out again soon. It's been a good while now, so I'm glad that I was able to get back into streaming, but I have to get going, so I'll see you all later. So take care.